Oh my gosh, it is another election night here. We are here to bring you live coverage of the Texas Senate primary runoff. On the Republican side, John Cornyn, incumbent senator, against Ken Paxton, attorney general. President Trump last week endorsed Ken Paxton. So is that going to be it? Are we going to see our second straight? When was the last one? Like 2 weeks ago? We saw a couple weeks ago, we saw Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who Trump did not endorse, lose in the Republican primary in Louisiana. When was that election? When was Louisiana Senate primary? I think it was Saturday, May 16th. I think it was May 16th. So that was basically a couple weeks ago. So we saw that. We saw Bill Cassidy lose. And now the strong favorite tonight, because of President Trump's endorsement, is Ken Paxton, which would mean that John Cornyn would lose. And he would eventually lose his seat next year, no matter what happens, because he wouldn't be running in the Republican primary. So we're gonna read some of your comments. We're gonna bring you updates. I'm supposed to have live video from both camp candidates' events. So we're gonna have that for you. We're gonna have live election results from Decision Desk HQ. Oh my gosh. Most of the polls close. I got to double check this. I believe most of the polls close at 8, not all. 8 Eastern time. Let me pull this up on the screen here. Yes, 8 o'clock Eastern, except for El Paso and Hudspeth counties, where they close at 9 Eastern. All right, so we want to keep an eye on this. An hour and 9 minutes until most polls close. I think I can make this. I'm going to leave it up there. Hold on a second here. Our viewer, Vanilla Coke, says, so excited. Let's see here. Thanks, Michelle Batten, for sharing the stream. Justizen thinks that if Paxton wins, it'll be easier to flip the seat. There are some out there who do feel that if Paxton would be a worse general election candidate in November than Cornyn, which would make it less difficult for the Democrats to win. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. The Democratic primary has already happened. So the Democratic nominee is James Tallarico. There's his Wikipedia page. But he is the Democratic nominee. You can see at the bottom there it says, he defeated U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett in the Democratic primary and will face either John Cornyn or Ken Paxton in the general election pending tonight's runoff. Give me a moment here. So we're going to see what happens here. Give me 2 seconds. I need to fix something. That's not good. That's better. Okay. Cravon says Paxton is going to win easy. He's highly favored in the betting markets. Paxton. On both Kalshi and Polymarket, he's up to over 96%. Polling Why is this not showing up here? That's weird. No, anyways. You can see here, though, Qantas Insights, there was a poll on May 21st to 23rd that had Paxton up by about 9%. There was a poll on May 20th and 21st that had Paxton up by about 21%. And May 6th to 11th, Paxton was up by 12%. So he's polling better. And you can see there's this graph of the polling average between Paxton and Cornyn, with the yellow Paxton. I will say that, do I have it here if I go back one? No. The Senate primary election, let me pull that up for you. 2026 Texas Senate primary. Here it is. So this was the primary election here. This was the one on April 7th. And you can see that John Cornyn got the most votes in the primary. He got 42%. Ken Paxton got 40.5%. Wesley Hunt got 13.5%. But he's out now because only the top two move on. Nobody got 50%, so nobody won in the primary. And that was before President Trump had endorsed Ken Paxton. President Trump waited until last week, I think either the day of or the day after early voting started. And President Trump came out and endorsed Ken Paxton. So getting back to the, where is the... There's that. Let's see here. We have our viewer. Rocket J Squirrel says, Texas in the house. I guess Rocket J Squirrel's from Texas. The Knights Palace thinks Paxton would never win governor. Tony Coriel says, Paxton for the win, America first. And again, I am supposed to have both candidates' speeches tonight, which is good. Miss Mystery Goddess mentions that Paxton spoke to the crowd in D.C. before the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He did speak that day. That is true. Tay Logan thinks that Texas will not vote in a Democrat senator. C. Kreider thinks Paxton will win it in November. Mr. Rubik says Paxton has a lot of dirty laundry. Texas Skilo thinks Paxton will win with 55% plus. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen are moderating right now over on YouTube. Thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk. On Twitch, we have moderating right now Big Ball of Yarn and Matthew Kohai 3. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. Thank you. And also thanks to Neko Jita for subscribing on Twitch. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and over on Facebook, we have our moderators there. Hang on, I got to pull up the broadcast so I can see it. Paxton will win with 55. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay, over there. Thanks also, Diane Allworth, for subscribing on Facebook. Let me give you a little background on this from DDHQ. You're looking at Decision Desk HQ Votes Beta Platform, which is where we're getting our election data. You can go to it at votes.decisiondeskhq.com. So Decision Desk HQ, let me show, I'm going to actually show you this for the fun of it. I'm going to show you this. I think it's fun. There it is, Decision Desk HQ, Texas runoffs. So you can see polls close at 8 Eastern Time, 9 p.m. in El Paso and Hudspeth counties. Absentee mail and in-person early votes will likely drop first, followed by election day votes. Counting will likely be done before midnight, except in large metro areas, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio. The majority of the primary vote is likely to be absentee and early, with early in-person voting accounting for roughly 60% of the total. So we should get a bunch of votes in quickly, because they say that roughly 60% of the total in the runoff will be early in-person voting. Statewide races cannot be projected until all polls close at 9 Eastern Time. So they are not going to project, and I don't think any other big news outlet will project this until 9 Eastern, because that's when the last couple counties close. Estimated statewide Republican turn. Now, it's interesting. They say Democrat, but I almost feel like, well, I don't believe there's no Senate primary tonight, because the Senate primary, there was a winner in that. But they say 1.2 million voters. Darcy Dudat says, Texas proud here. So this will give you a little background here. John Cornyn versus Ken Paxton. By the way, thanks to Peanut Butter Jelly, who thinks Paxton will win easily. I appreciate that. Also, thanks Scoobs4. Cryback is watching from North Texas. Hectate says they have a lot of early voting there. Steve God says, I cannot wait till November. Going to be fun to watch here. So you can see here, Decision Desk HQ says incumbent Senator John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton are running in the Republican primary runoff for U.S. Senate today. Cornyn is a 4-term Washington institution. Since 2002, he's been a senator for 4 terms. And he has campaigned on his conservative legislative record, including his role delivering votes for Trump's agenda during Trump's first term. Cornyn's backing comes overwhelmingly from the Senate Republican establishment, whose affiliated groups have poured tens of millions of dollars into his campaign. Decision Desk HQ says that there has been over $90 million in pro-Cornyn spending in this election, whereas there's been about $11 million in pro-Paxton spending. I'm going to say that again. According to Decision Desk HQ, there's been over $90 million in pro-Paxton spending and around $11 million over $90 million in pro-Cornyn spending. He's the incumbent, whereas only about $11 million of pro-Paxton spending. Paxton, by contrast, has positioned himself as a combative conservative, even more closely aligned with President Trump. He led the legal efforts to overturn the 2020 election He spoke at the pro-Trump rally that preceded the January 6th Capitol riot, and like Trump himself, has faced both federal prosecution and impeachment and survived both. The two candidates emerged as the top two finishers in the March 3rd primary after neither secured a majority. Was it March 3rd? Just want to be clear here. Yeah, it was March 3rd. In the primary on March 3rd, Cornyn led narrowly 42% to Paxton's 41%. While their coalitions were not intensely regional, Cornyn broadly performed somewhat better in urban areas, and Paxton performed better elsewhere, a pattern that will likely hold in the runoff. So keep that in mind. On May 19th, 1 week ago today, Trump officially endorsed Paxton, describing him as a true MAGA warrior. Oh, I guess I'm allowed to read this. It says on it, not for attribution. Just so you guys know, I do have permission from DDHQ to share this with you. I just want to be clear about this. I'm not stealing their stuff. They have given me permission to share their analysis with you. Hold on a second here. So again, Trump described Paxton as a true MAGA warrior and offering a notable rebuke of Cornyn. Trump wrote a week ago, Cornyn was not supportive of me when times were tough. Cornyn pushed back, noting in response that he had worked closely with Trump through both of his presidential terms and voted to acquit him in both impeachment trials, a defense that illustrated the fundamental awkwardness of his position. A loyal Republican senator, unable to claim the one form of loyalty that now matters most in a GOP primary. Heading into Election Day, a University of Houston poll found Paxton leading Cornyn 48-45 among likely runoff voters, within the margin of error. But polling conducted on behalf of Texas Public Opinion Research found that a Trump endorsement of Paxton would widen his lead to an overwhelming 50. So I think this is a bit aged. This might be, the University of Houston thing might be from weeks ago or months ago, because I didn't see that on the polling list. Yes, it's a little, so this isn't, some of this is from the earlier primary, from the earlier analysis of the primary. So just to show you, they have on their site, on DDHQ, they have the most recent polling here, and I'll show you. So if you look here, it says published polls. Last one was May 21st. And that was, there's been two polls done that they have posted after the Trump endorsement of Paxton. In one of them, Paxton is leading by 9%. In the other one, Paxton is leading by 21%. Those are the two they have that were published after the Trump endorsement. Paxton by 9 and Paxton by 21. Okay, hold on a second here. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. Time to take some comments from you guys. Melly66AJG says, I watched the entire Texas Senate impeachment of Paxton. They totally set him up and tried to ruin him, says Melly. On both Kalshi and Polymarket, Paxton is an over 96% favorite. Pete DePronto says, happy Tuesday, Texas primary day, everyone from Florida. Axelrod says, the people at DDHQ are pretty cool. David Joe Klotz says, Trump is talking nonsense. Cornyn has always voted for him. I'm going to read you. I should pull up the Trump post about Paxton. Hold on. I have to find it. It's always harder than it should be to just pull up, to go and like search for a particular post on Truth Social or X, if it's not like from a day ago. Truths. Where is it? I don't even know if I can find it. Oh, I think I found it. So here is when Trump posted about his endorsement. Right here. By the way, thanks to Goodbye HD. Goodbye HD says Republicans love corruption, so Paxton should win. Wow, that's what Goodbye HD said. Thanks, Gregory Scherer, for the gift membership. 49 minutes and 41 seconds until most polls close. Horror Joshua, our viewer, thinks that Paxton winning tonight guarantees Tallarico wins in November. Lone Star Patriot is watching in Texas right now. Sylvia S. says, go Texas. Okay, so President Trump, this was a week ago. He said, the highly respected Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, an America First patriot, and someone who has always been extremely loyal to me and our amazing MAGA movement, is running for the U.S. Senate to represent a place I love and won big 3 times with 6.4 million votes in 2024, the most votes in the history of the state by far. President Trump says, this was a week ago, I know Ken well. I have seen him at the highest and most difficult levels, and he is a winner. Ken is a strong supporter of terminating the filibuster and, very importantly, the Save America Act, something which polls at 87%, including Democrats, and yet can't seem to get approved. Perhaps Ken can help move these important elements of government forward because with the filibuster as an example, Trump says, the Democrats will terminate it on their first day in office, giving us 2 extra states, D.C. and Puerto Rico, and a greatly enlarged Supreme Court of the United States, probably going with their dream number of 21 justices from the 9 that we currently have, and these new justices will be radical left lunatics. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I want to keep it that way. Ken Paxton will help me do that. Making America bigger, stronger, better, and stronger than ever before. Ken is a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas and will continue to do so in the United States Senate. He will tirelessly fight to continue the great growth of our economy, cut taxes and regulations. I just delivered the largest tax and regulation cuts in American history, and advance Made in the USA, unleash energy dominance, champion Texas oil and gas, advocate for our amazing farmers and ranchers, promote school choice, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, support our incredible military veterans, safeguard our elections, and protect our always under siege Second Amendment. John Cornyn, he says, is a good man, and I worked well with him, but he was not supportive of me when times were tough, despite having the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term, and with all of the many other things I have accomplished: secure border, military dominance, Space Force, all-time high stock markets and 401ks, record job and economic growth, and so many other things that would be impossible to readily list, which are considered by many to be legendary. John was very late in backing me in what turned out to be a historic run for the Republican nomination, and then the presidency itself, both of which were landslide victories, and more importantly, gave us the country that we have today, the golden age of America. And when we finish up with Iran, which will not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you will see numbers that have never been generated by our country before, as opposed to the disaster of the previous administration. Ken Paxton has gone through a lot, in many cases very unfairly, but he is a fighter and knows how to win. Our country needs fighters and also loyalty to the cause of greatness. We can never allow what happened to the United States of America during the corrupt Biden administration to happen again. In Texas alone, just look at the border, with the highest level criminals allowed to run through your state, totally unvetted and unchecked, through an open border party policy that was a laughingstock all over the world. I came in and fixed it immediately. I will not permit those dark and dangerous days to come back. We have already made America great again, but now we want to make our nation better than ever before. Therefore, Ken Paxton has my complete and total endorsement to be the next United States Senator from the great state of Texas. Ken Paxton will never let you down. That is what President Trump said a week ago. Again, he endorsed Ken Paxton a week ago. So that's what he said. Danger Taker says it took a week to read. All right, so that's when President Trump endorsed him. Okay. And we have 44 minutes till the polls close. Less than 44 minutes. Most of them will close at 8 Eastern. Thank you again to our moderators. Robert's May Queen is there moderating. Thank you, Robert. And Beth Mythical, thank you. Excuse me. Big Ball of Yarn, Seriro, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. K. Lowry Body, Michael Fergal over there on Facebook. Thanks, Ivelyn Berry Speedell, for subscribing over there, along with Diane Allworth. Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support on Twitch. Let's see here. We are going to have, I'm supposed to have both of the candidates' speeches tonight live. Uncle Fester says, I predict they'll call it after an hour. So they cannot call it, I believe, until at least 9 Eastern time. Because that's when all of the state is closed. Cravon says, if you are a rhino, you have to go. John Smith says, Paxton is willing to arrest the left, so I'm voting for him. let me give you a little more background on this today. A little summary, up-to-date summary from DDHQ. This is from DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ. Texas Senator John Cornyn could be the second incumbent senator to lose renomination in the past 2 weeks after Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy fell on May 16th when Trump did not endorse him. We covered that primary 10 days ago. Today, John Cornyn, four-term senator, faces State Attorney General Ken Paxton in the Texas GOP runoff for U.S. Senate. Cornyn narrowly led Paxton, 42 to 40.5 in the March 3rd primary, giving him some hope of holding on. You know what's interesting? If Wesley Hunt didn't run, because remember, President Trump had not made an endorsement in this race before the primary, which was on March 3rd. So if Wesley Hunt didn't run, I wonder if there's a chance that Cornyn could have gotten over 50% and had no runoff. Who knows? Anyways, Wesley Hunt did run, though. Cornyn narrowly led 42 to 40.5% in the primary, giving him some hope of holding on, but President Trump has endorsed Paxton in the runoff, putting Cornyn between a rock and a hard place. The final surveys in this contest have found Paxton moving farther ahead of Cornyn, such that the challenger now leads about 54 to 40. And there is from Decision Desk HQ. You can see the red line on top. That's the polling, March, April, May. In recent polling, you can see has, after the Trump endorsement, has Paxton significantly ahead. The money thing is fascinating. Cornyn has trailed throughout, even as his campaign and allies have vastly outspent Paxton's side. Ad Impact reported today that ad spending in the race had totaled $165 million across both the primary and the runoff. Of that amount, pro-Cornyn spending amounted to $92.5 million versus just $11.2 million in pro-Paxton spending. Wow. 92.5 versus 11.2. But the messaging by Cornyn's side targeting, quote, Crooked Ken has not been sufficient to get a lead, although Paxton's many scandals and personal issues, such as his ongoing divorce, have likely helped Cornyn stay in the race. Master Health thinks Democrats want Cornyn. You mean to win or to run against? I'm not sure what you mean. Let me take some more comments here. We have 38 minutes, just 38 minutes until most of the polls close. By the way, I want to give you an update. Hold on a moment here. I want to give you a quick update on a different story. Where is the there was a chemical tank implosion today at at a pulp and paper mill in Washington, leaving 10 injured and an unknown number dead. Not good. That was in southwestern Washington state. At Nippon Dynawave Packaging Co. That was this morning. It imploded at 7:15 a.m. I will keep an update on that and let you know if I hear more. It's about 45 miles north of Portland. Let me also really quickly do this. Okay. Okay. All right, let's take it. So it's 33 minutes and 45 seconds here. I will keep an eye on the updates from Washington. And we have about 33 minutes until the polls close in most of Texas. And we're taking your comments and we are bringing you updates, and we're going to have the speeches from both the candidates. Born Stand-in says this is a crazy runoff. Thanks, Julie Smith, for your support. Julie Smith says, go Paxton. Thanks, CJ Lars, for your support. Thank you also, the Bomb 1970. That's very kind of you, the Bomb 1970. Really appreciate that. The Bomb 1970 says, this is going to be badass. I can taste all the rhino tears. Thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR, who says Dems want Cornyn to win. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if Democrats have a preference, but there's a question of who Democrats prefer, just period. But I mean, a lot of people think that Cornyn might have a tougher time. No, sorry, that Paxton might have a tougher time in the general than Cornyn would. I think it was, who was it? It was like a week ago. Who posted that? Someone from, let me see if I can find it here. An elections analyst I follow said that it was from this elections group that does ratings, and they said that they thought that if Paxton won, they were going to shift the seat, I think, to from solid Republican to like leans Republican. But I got to see if I can find that. I think I reposted it. Now I can't find it. But anyways, if you're a Republican and you like if you're a Democrat, if you think Paxton gives you a better chance in winning in November, you might want Paxton to win even though you would prefer Cornyn, if that makes sense. I'm not saying all Democrats think that way. I'm just saying that's what some might think. I'm going to try to show you some more background on this. You can see here, Cornyn fights for political life against Trump-endorsed Paxton in Texas. Voters will choose their nominee for U.S. Senate today, says Reuters, in a race that could help decide control of the Senate. It could help decide control of the Senate and may become one of the most expensive in history. John Cornyn, a 74-year-old four-term senator backed by Republican leadership, is locked in the fight of his political life against Ken Paxton, a 63-year-old scandal-plagued attorney general who won President Trump's endorsement last week. Paxton has led Cornyn in most public opinion polls, and especially sizably led in polls after Trump's endorsement, putting him on a collision course to face the Democratic nominee, 37-year-old State Representative James Talarico, a Presbyterian seminarian and leading fundraiser whose campaign has appealed to independent and moderate voters. Senate Republicans' campaign arm warned in an internal memo last year that a Paxton nomination would hand Democrats an opening to flip Texas and cause Republicans to divert hundreds of millions of dollars that would otherwise be spent winning key battlegrounds. Republicans hold a 53-47 majority in the Senate over Democrats, who would need to net 4 seats in this November's election to take control of the chamber. Democrats are on defense in 2 states Trump won in 2024, Georgia and Michigan, but could win the chamber by holding those 2 seats and flipping North Carolina, Maine, Ohio, and Alaska. A competitive race in Texas, where no Democrat has won statewide since 1994, would expand the Democrats' path to a majority and potentially force Republicans to redirect investments from more competitive battlegrounds to protect their nominee in a state Trump carried by nearly 14 points in 2024. Now, what Reuters thinks, maybe you disagree, Reuters believes that in backing Paxton a week from the runoff, Trump chose loyalty over electability as he continues to flex his iron grip over Republican voters. This month, challengers backed by Trump ousted intra-party opponents from within the Republican Party, including Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana and Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky. A spokesperson for a Democratic super PAC called Senate Majority PAC said Donald Trump has just endorsed a man who was impeached by his own party, indicted for felony fraud, reported to the FBI by his own staff, ordered to pay $6.6 million to the whistleblowers he tried to destroy, and whose wife is divorcing him on biblical grounds. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing. Again, that quote was from Lauren French, a spokesperson from a Democratic super PAC. Again, the runoff winner will face will face Talarico. Chat username thinks Talarico is Beto O'Rourke 2.0. Talarico's initial lead in the opinion polls has evaporated, with the most recent survey showing the race in a dead heat, regardless of whether Talarico is competing against Cornyn or Paxton, with 8% of likely voters undecided. In a three-way primary in March, Cornyn had a slim lead over Paxton, but remember, that was before Trump had endorsed Paxton. Trump, in his statement, which I read to you, endorsing Paxton, contrasted Paxton's extreme loyalty with Cornyn's wavering support, but Cornyn said he was putting his trust in Republican voters, who will decide if they want a strong nominee to help our GOP candidates down ballot and defeat Talarico in November, or a weak nominee who jeopardizes everything we care about. That's what Cornyn said. Cornyn's campaign has attacked Paxton's character from the beginning. The onslaught of attacks on what they call Crooked Ken includes a dating game that allows users to swipe on Paxton's alleged mistresses. Paxton challenged Cornyn to stop the negative ads for the good of our party. Hang on a moment. Texas 5734 thinks Paxton is loyal to Texas and the law, and John is a F snake. Yes, Trump endorsed Paxton. Matt Dog thinks a Republican will never lose that seat. Lurker Smurf says half of my ads today have been Talarico. I'm not in Texas. Cage Dalton thinks Texas will go blue this year. Watch and learn, kids. Bay Tide Yee thinks James Talarico has all the things Beto O'Rourke was missing. He will outperform Beto so by far. I can't remember if it's Beto or Beto. It's been a while. It's Beto. Oops. As a reminder, a bunch of our viewers are mentioning Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke served as a U.S. representative in Texas. He was the nominee for the Senate in 2018, a candidate for presidential election in 2020, and the nominee for Texas governor in 2022. And what was the... in 2018, in the Senate election, Ted Cruz beat Beto O'Rourke by about 2.5% in Texas. That's from Wikipedia. Crappy says, this is entirely different from Beto Cruz. Cruz was an incumbent and more popular than Cornyn. McKinder thinks Beto is a weirdo? Uh, 22 minutes now. 22 minutes until most of the polls close. Oh, there's an update. Hey, hold on. There's an update about the tank. Hold on a moment. Update about the chemical incident, the chemical implosion in Washington. So let me just give you that real quick. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience. Give me one moment here, guys. Nine missing in the Texas, in the Washington industrial tank rupture accident. 9 missing. I'm going to show you this right now. Then we'll get back to one dead, 9 employees missing. And multiple injured in tank rupture accident at Nippon Dynawave Packaging in Longview, Washington. All right, so let me just real quick show this to you. I know it's not on topic, but I just want to quickly show you this update. There's a photo of the tank there from Longview Fire Department. So they say, update industrial accident, Nippon Dynawave Packaging. Emergency responders continue recovery and stabilization operations at Nippon Dynawave Packaging following this morning's industrial accident involving the rupture of a tank containing white liquor at the facility located at 3401 Industrial Way. Recovery efforts remain complex due to the ongoing safety concerns at the site. The tank had approximately 900,000 gallons of white liquor. Roughly 90,000 gallons of material may remain inside the damaged tank. Currently, the tank remains unstable, creating hazardous conditions for emergency personnel. Responders are continuing efforts to structurally reinforce and stabilize the site before additional recovery operations can safely proceed. These conditions continue to impact portions of the facility and limit access to some areas of the site. Officials state there is currently no direct threat to the surrounding community. Recovery operations remain focused on safely accessing all affected areas of the facility, recovering victims, and supporting impacted families while ensuring the safety of emergency responders working within unstable conditions. Emergency responders have confirmed 10 individuals were transported to area hospitals, 8 of them employees, 1 firefighter injury, and 1 fatality. Officials can also confirm there are 9 employees who remain unaccounted for. Terrible. All identified families have now been notified. Numerous regional, local, and state agencies continue coordinating response and recovery operations alongside facility personnel. State officials are planning to visit the site. The site will continue to be monitored overnight, but recovery efforts will not resume until tomorrow due to ongoing safety concerns. This is the final scheduled public update for today. Additional verified information will be released as it becomes available. Terrible. So 1 dead, 9 others hospitalized, and 9 employees missing. Terrible. Hopefully they can find some survivors. That is from the rupture of a tank that was containing white liquor, which is, Wikipedia says it's a strongly alkaline solution composed mainly of sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfide. Okay, so that's terrible. But that update just came out a few minutes ago, so I wanted to mention it's Washington State. I wanted to mention that. This is a packaging facility. By the way, I am seeing online. I asked Gemini AI, and it says white liquor is used to convert wood chips into paper pulp. It's used in paper pulping. Yes. Also, yeah. Yeah, it is a chemical used in the production of paper products. So again, I know it's not policies for producing paper. So I know it's not on the topic, but I did want to update you about that because that update just came out. Terrible. Okay, so I will keep an eye on that and let you know if I hear any more updates. So no really easy way to transition from that, but we're just going to get back to the election because we have less than 15 minutes until most Texas polls close. 15 minutes, guys. And we are talking about John Cornyn, the four-term Texas Republican senator who is now a heavy underdog because a week ago President Trump endorsed the challenger Ken Paxton. CNN calls this the biggest primary runoff of the year. I mean, on the one hand, it's one of the most focused on ones. I agree with that. On the other hand, I mean, if the polls are correct, it's not expected to be particularly close. It would be a major upset at this point if Paxton lost. And that's also obvious. That's reflected in the betting markets too, where you have on both Kalshi and Poly market, Paxton is in the high 90s in terms of a chance of winning. Talk or knit history says betting markets don't know anything. So we'll have to see what happens. But I don't want to do a poll. I don't like doing favorability polls because then it ends up just being very partisan. I was trying to think a poll we could do. That's not simply which candidate do you like the best, because it ends up being some version of that. Oh, how about maybe we'll do a poll of margin of victory. That doesn't count. Let's do that. We'll do a poll of margin of victory, and I'm not going to say who wins. What will the margin of victory be? That's just difference in percent. And I'll say 0 to 5%, 5 to 10%, and then more than 10%. All right, so we're going to do a flash poll now. Flash poll. I got to hurry because we only got about 11 minutes until most of the polls close, guys. We got to do this fast. All right, it's posted on YouTube and Twitch. Let me get it posted on Facebook. Then I'll give you the results. Okay. All right, the poll is posted. So, I have to show you guys you thinking about the poll. Here's you thinking about the poll. Now, let's see here. I said, what is the margin of victory going to be? Not who's going to win. What's the margin of victory going to be? And currently in the YouTube chat, here is the result. 39% say, 38% say more than 10%, 38% say 5 to 10%. Only 23% think it's going to be between 0 and 5%. On Facebook, 75% say over 10%. 25% say 5 to 10%. 0 say 0 to 5%. And on Twitch, %46 on Twitch say more than 10%, 29% say 5 to 10%, 25% say 0 to 5%. Most of you think it's going to be not going to be close. Not going to be that close. One sec here. All right. We only have about 8 minutes till the polls close, in most of Texas. So I'm going to wrap up this poll. But again, most of you do not think it's going to be that close. All right. Thanks for voting in our poll. And I want to thank less than 8 minutes now, guys. Thanks to Marin Gobra for being a member. Thanks also to Oliver Hernandez for being a member. Both of them over 50 months. Thank you so much. Jordan Hart, thanks for your support. Eric Bush, thank you for your support. GG loves Katahulas, thanks for being a member. I am Charlie, thanks for being a member. Who thinks Texas is Trump country? Thanks Scott B8907 for your support. Scott says Democrats can get the hell out of Texas. There are plenty of ruined states you may be more happy in. No need to ruin ours. Paxton all the way, GTFO Cornyn. Wow. That's from Scott B. Thanks, Scott, for supporting the channel. Thanks, Julie Smith, for your support. Also, Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Guys, we are getting very close here. About 6 minutes and 43 seconds until the polls close in most of Texas. Oh, and thanks also Nashinas26 for the memberships. Thank you, Nashinas. I need to pull a couple things up here. Give me a second. The Washington Post says Cornyn edged ahead of Paxton for a narrow win during the first round of the primary in March. Remember, nobody got 50%, so we have a runoff. But Paxton has captured the support of the hardline Republican base, which generally turn out in greater numbers during runoff elections. His biggest boost came last week when President Trump endorsed him despite months of aggressive lobbying by Senate Republicans and Trump's political team to endorse Cornyn. And again, this seat could determine who controls the Senate. It could be very close. Who controls the Senate? The Washington Post says statewide campaigns in Texas are abnormally costly. The state has more than 31 million residents dispersed across nearly 27,000 square miles in two of the country's most expensive media markets, Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth. That's a lot. Texas has over 31 million residents. That's more than a lot of countries. Our viewer Kevin Newberry thinks Wesley Hunt ran a good third and his voters went big for Paxton. What was the, by the way, Cornyn has never lost an election in Texas, says the Washington Post. Uh, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. In terms of the primary that was in there were about 1.5 million people voted. 1.565, roughly 1.5 million people voted in the primary back in March. Now, I don't know if it's going to be as many this time. I think DDHQ was projecting about 1.2 million people voting. But it's a runoff. Just these two candidates. If you're having issues with the stream, please refresh it. Somebody said the stream keeps cutting out, but nobody else is saying that. So if you are having any kind of stream issues, refreshing is always a good thing to do. Sometimes it can get weird, and if you refresh it, it fixes things. We're getting very close. John DFW. I think John's in Texas. John says, this won't be close. I don't like either of them and still voted for Paxton. I wish I could vote out all incumbents. That's what John says. Thanks, John, for your support. Thanks, Oliver Hernandez. No, Oliver, most of the polls close at 8 Eastern, but a couple counties close at 9 Eastern. But most of them close at 8 Eastern. Thank you, Oliver Hernandez. Thank you also, Honeybee Fly and Hastings Crew. Hastings Crew will think Cornyn will lose because he won't get the independent vote. Now, by the way, I'm assuming for this primary that you need to be... I don't have it here. But I assume you have to be a Republican to vote. Texas primary, can you vote? We didn't go over the rules for this primary. Oh, no, because they had a general Wait, no, it was Republican primary. I don't know. I haven't heard that Democrats can vote in this primary, so I assume you have to be a Republican to vote in it. Texas government says once you declare your after you affiliate with a party by voting in a primary or taking an oath of affiliation with a party, you cannot change your party affiliation during the calendar year. So if you voted in the Democratic primary, you can't change your affiliation. If you register, or if you, I guess, long story short, if you're a registered Democrat, you can't change your affiliation to Republican to vote in the runoff, because that would be you can't change it during the calendar year, it says. Anyways, that aside, we got to focus on, maybe we can talk about the rules later, but 9 seconds left until most Texas polls close. 3, 2, 1. Most Texas polls are closed. So let me fix, most Texas polls are now closed. Remaining Texas polls close in 1 hour. But most of them are closed now. So, again, most polls in Texas are now closed. So when you vote in a party's primary, you're considered affiliated in the party, and you cannot change that during a calendar year. So if you voted in the Democratic primary, you cannot vote in this runoff, because you will, for the year, your official affiliation will be Democrat. So I can tell you that if you voted in the Democratic primary in Texas, you cannot vote in this runoff. I'm looking at the Texas government site right now. That's what it says. I'll show you real quick. I'll show you. Texas government website. After affiliating with a party by voting in a party's primary or by taking an oath of affiliation with a party, a voter cannot change their party affiliation during the calendar year. Oops, sorry. And as I understand that means you could not vote in the other party's primary. Anyways, I don't want to linger on that, but that's my understanding. That is my understanding of how it works. And then Ballotpedia says voters in Texas must sign a pledge when voting declaring they will not vote in another party's primary in the same calendar year. Ninth generation Texan says correct. So again, I'm just saying that people who voted in the Democratic primary a couple months ago cannot say, "Oh, I want to change my affiliation and vote in this primary now," because you've already voted in the Democratic primary before in the same calendar year. When did the result? Oh, we have results. Some results have started coming in. Look at this. We have some initial results. Okay, now I can't make sense of this by myself. I mean, these are not coming in from all of the same area, as I can show you here. These are not, I mean, they're coming in from certain counties. And Cornyn is expected to do better in urban counties. Oh, you know what we can do, though? We should be able to compare this with counties from, what I got to do here is I got to pull up, and what I got to do, I got to pull up so I can look at it, the results of the previous election, the primary, because I want to see how the candidates are doing compared to 2 months ago. That's what I need to do. Now, if I do this, yeah, that's not going to do it for me. So I'm going to pull it up on a different page. Hold on. Because then we can compare and say, how is Paxton or Cornyn doing now compared to how they did 2 months ago? So let's see, 2026, Texas Senate there. Okay, I have that in front of me. And then we can also look by county too. I'm just looking at some of these counties here. 33% in. Let's go down to the county list. Reported in. Okay, so Kendall, let's look at some of these counties just to do this. Okay, hold on. If I can do this, it's a little difficult to manage this. I wish it was a little easier to manage this. Oh, can I do it this way? No. There it is. Okay, so Kendall County is now 85% in. Okay, so back in the previous race, in the primary, Kendall County was Paxton by 2. And now Paxton is winning by 27, okay? So in the primary, Kendall County had about 10,000 votes and Paxton won it by 2%. He is winning now by 27%. Dallas County is 70% in, and Cornyn is winning by 1.4%, right? In the primary, Cornyn won Dallas County by 18%, and he's currently winning it by 1.4%. All right, Hill County. Hill County is all in, Paxton winning by 43%. In the primary, wow. In the primary, I'm looking right at it. It says in the primary, Hill County, is this right? Cornyn won by 4%. It looks to me like Paxton is doing way better than he did in the primary. All right, he has 60% of the vote, by the way. I just looked at 3 different counties, and Paxton is just doing way better than he did in the primary. I'm going to look at some expert analysis here, but it looks like, again, yeah, Henry Olson, who's an elections analyst, says Paxton massively overperforming his March vote in every county so far. Yeah, I bet if there weren't some polls still open in Texas, I bet this race would be called already. It just looks like it's going to be a blowout for Paxton. That's what it's looking like right now. Texas initial. Paxton has large lead over Cornyn in initial returns. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just if you just compare the counties, let's do this again. Let's just go look at the counties again. Hang on. Get me the counties. There. Okay, so all right. So, for example, Tarrant County is 67% in. Tarrant County. Paxton is winning Tarrant County by about 18%. Now, what did Tarrant County do in the primary? I can pull it up here myself and look at it. In the primary, back in March, Tarrant County was Cornyn +7. Tarrant County was Cornyn +7 in March, and now it is Paxton +18, guys. And that's with most of the vote in. Denton County, right now it is Paxton +25. Denton County was Cornyn +2. So again and again and again, I've just given you 5 or 6 counties with most of the vote in. And the results are way more pro-Paxton. He is well outperforming his results from when he lost by 1.5% to Cornyn in the primary. So it really looks like this is, I mean, I have to imagine this race would be called if there were not some polls still open. I think that's the only reason it's not being called right now. That's my guess. Oh, hold on. I have just so you know, we're gonna get video in from both the Paxton and the Cornyn events. So I got to get that ready to show you. Whoa. So we got some, let me get you a little video from the Paxton event in the corner here via Reuters. Look at this. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Oh yeah, this is what I'll do. Hold on. Get this up on the screen for you. All right, so that's the Paxton event here. I'm going to put that in the corner. We'll make it bigger later, but that's the Paxton event in Texas. That's in Plano, Texas. So let me just get a label on that so people know what we're looking at there. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. But look at these results. We have now 22% of the vote is already counted, and Paxton is up by 21%, and he is just outperforming greatly his own performance a couple months ago in March in the primary. So just to show you again, let's go look at some of these counties here, and we'll just compare them to what happened back in March. In March, remember, Cornyn won in March by 1.5% over Paxton, but there was a runoff because nobody got 50%. Coryell County. So Coryell County is about 3/4 in. Coryell County, Paxton is winning by 20% tonight. What was the result in Coryell County back in March? In March, Paxton won in Coryell County by 0.6%, and now he's winning by 20%. Okay? That's a big difference. Brazos County. In Brazos County, Cornyn won Brazos County by 11% in March, and Paxton is winning it tonight by almost 12%. Guys, I don't think it's really close. I don't think this is really close. We now have 27% of the vote in. This race, I am convinced this race would be called now if there weren't polls open. I'm guessing the only reason everyone isn't calling the race for Paxton now is that the the final polls in Texas don't close until 9 p.m. ET. Most polls are closed. Yeah, so this really looks like a big Paxton victory. That's what this is looking like. And again, uh, I believe Decision Desk said they were not going to make a call until all the polls are closed, and that's I think a pretty common thing, which I understand. You don't want to call the race where you have some polls open, but most of the polls are closed, and the numbers just look very, very, very strong for Paxton at this point. Um, Yeah, and let's just I'm going to take some comments in a second, but just to show you again, the county stuff is just crazy. Remember, President Trump back on I think it was March 3rd, which is when the Republican primary was. President Trump had not made an endorsement back then, and John Cornyn got 42% and Paxton got 40.5%. A week ago, Trump endorsed Paxton, and it seems to have made a huge difference. That's what it looks like. Um, so just talking about some more of these counties. Hayes County, look at Hayes County. 70% of the vote is in Hayes County, right? And Paxton is winning by 19.5% in Hayes County. Now, in March in Hayes County, Cornyn won Hayes County in March by 6.5%. And Paxton is now winning Hayes County by about 20%. That's about like it's roughly a 25-point shift in Hayes County. Again, Cornyn won Hayes County by 6.5% in March, and now Paxton is winning it by 19.40%. Wow. We didn't look at Collin County yet. Collin County, 67% in. I don't think we did. Paxton is winning by 23%. And back in March in Collin County, Paxton won by 0.8%. So Paxton won by less than 1% in Collin County previously in March, and now he's winning in Collin County by 23%. So, I mean, this is just county after county after county. Uh, he is just, you know, many counties. Paxton is running over 20 points better than he did in March. We're up to 30% of the vote in. Uh, Again, I would be shocked if the only reason this is not projected yet. I am certain that the only reason this is not being called is that there is a understandable media restriction on calling elections until all the votes in a state are all the polls in a state are closed. Wow. So looks like a huge win. All right, let me take some comments from you. We now have 40% of the vote in. Paxton is winning by 25%. Oh, now let's look at a couple counties. There is in a couple counties, Cornyn is leading, but let's see how Cornyn is doing in those counties compared to before. So in this county, Cornyn is leading in Panola County by a lot, by 40%. Panola County. Now, can you guys even see that? Hold on. Why can't you see that? It's down at the bottom there. Sorry, it's a little hard to see. There we go. Panola County, Cornyn is winning by 40% in Panola County. Now, what was that county in March? That's weird. Is that correct? So it seems like something's wrong with that. It says Panola County, Paxton was winning by 22% in March, and now it says Cornyn is up by that much. Maybe that's early vote versus day of. I don't know what's going on with that. It says, I'm looking at the March primary, and it says there were 3,600 votes, and Paxton was winning by 22% in March. I don't know if those numbers are correct from Panola County. We'll have to wait and see. The only other county it says, well, again, Dallas County, Cornyn has a slight lead of 1.3% in Dallas County. But as I mentioned before, in March, in the primary, Cornyn won Dallas County by 18%. And now he's winning by about 1%. We're up to 40% of the vote in. Let's just look at a few more counties here. I think this is very helpful to do that. Votes. Reported percentage. That's what we want. Okay, so some of these, let's look at, say, Sutton County. Sutton County is all in. Paxton by 27. In March, it was Cornyn by 8.5. I'm not kidding you. Cornyn won Sutton County by 8.5% in March, and now Paxton has won it by 27.5%. Pecos County, it's all in, basically. Paxton wins tonight by 16%. He only won it by 11% in March, so that's an improvement. Lamar County is almost all in. Paxton winning by 32% in Lamar County. Paxton won Lamar County in March by 8%, and now he's winning it by 32%. Harris County, let's look at Harris County. In the primary in March, Cornyn won Harris County by 1%. But Paxton is winning it tonight by 29%. Guys, what can I say? Pretty much every county we've checked, Paxton is doing way better. I mean, like 20 points or more better than he did in March when he lost to Cornyn by 1.5%. So, I mean, this is the pattern we're seeing. And now we have about 43% in. I am firmly convinced, and I don't think this is a very bold statement. The only reason I believe that everyone has not called this race is because a couple counties keep their polls open until 9 Eastern time. So they can't call it, but it is basically over. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that because people are still voting. Let me also say you should still go out and vote wherever you are. If your polls are open, go vote. Go vote. But we have to be honest about what's happening here. It is a huge, looks like a huge victory for Paxton. Yeah, for example, VoteHub, which is an election site, they say you do not make statewide calls until all the polls close at 9 Eastern time. Decision Desk HQ has said the same thing. Yeah. So again, I don't think anyone's calling it until 34 minutes from now. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. And I have the Cornyn event. Well, we're going to have video from the Cornyn event as well. We're going to have speeches from both of them. Blake says, I got family down there. Monochromatic Stain says, Rhino down. Trump endorsed Paxton a week ago. Stasha Morgan thinks Paxton is ethically challenged. Strong One says it's a lot of votes for the primary. So the vote total was about 1.5 million for the primary. And I believe DDHQ expected about 1.2 million for the runoff. Currently 616,000 with 45% in. And remember also, the Republican establishment supported Cornyn, and over $90 million was spent on pro-Cornyn advertising, compared to about $11 million for pro-Paxton. Our stalwart says we can all see what's going on here. I want to, Trump endorsed Paxton with huge lead in Texas runoff. Wow. Hey, thanks, Jeff TE88, for being a member. And also Alex78 for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Alex78. And thanks also to AZ Intel's dad for your supports. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Thanks also, Joe9611. Joe says, I went to vote today. They asked Democrat or Republican. Then you walk there, give your ID, and that's it. I don't know if more goes on in the background. Again, Joe, my understanding, I don't know how about checking, but the rules in Texas are that you're not allowed to vote in the other party's primary if you've already voted. If you vote in one party's primary, then you can't for the rest of the calendar year vote in another party's primary. Now, I don't know if that's something they check and how that all works, but that's the rules that we saw from the website. And also, I believe that's what the site, I was reading from the site, and that's what the site suggested. Now I set off the, I don't even want to say SIRI by saying that. I was DN says you're correct about that. Thank you, Joe9611. Thank you, Mr. H9457. Who says remove all the Democrats voting in our ridiculous open primary? Well, again, if you did vote in the Democratic primary in March, you cannot vote in this Republican primary. That's the rules, at least, in Texas. Mr. H thinks if you remove the Democrats voting in our ridiculous open primary, Cornyn loses by a ton. Okay, we are now up to half the votes in, guys, and Paxton is up by almost 25%, guys. And remember, in county after county after county, he is greatly outperforming what he did in March when he lost to Cornyn by 1.5%. So let's just go back down to the county list here. Okay, we haven't looked up Washington County yet. Washington County, Paxton is winning tonight by 20.3%. Back in March, okay. Where did it go? Where did it go? In March, Cornyn won Washington County by 4.6% in March, and tonight Paxton won Washington County by 20.3%. That's a 25-point shift. Crane County, Cornyn won it. It's a small county. Crane County, Cornyn won by 1% in March. Paxton by 2.1% tonight. Goliad County, back in March, Goliad County, Paxton won by 1.4%. Tonight, winning by 26%. I can go on and on here with these counties. Let's look at some more. Lubbock County. I don't know if you can see Lubbock County at the bottom, but it's there. Lubbock County, Paxton is 70% in Lubbock County. Paxton is winning by almost 20%. Back in March, Cornyn won Lubbock County by over 6%. And now, tonight, Paxton is winning by about 20%. Here's some more counties here. Brazoria County, Paxton is winning by 41%, whereas in March in Brazoria County, Paxton won by 3%. And so Brazoria County, Paxton won by 3% in March, and he's winning by 41% tonight. Fort Bend County. Paxton won Fort Bend County in March by 1.4%. He is currently leading in Fort Bend County. Where did it go? Oh, it must have moved up or something. Where did Fort Bend County go? Fort Bend County was just there. It just moved. Fort Bend is Paxton plus 36, whereas in March it was Paxton plus 1.4. I mean, guys, over half the votes in, Paxton winning by 25.5%. Thanks, Bidmoon, who says another win for Trump. Thanks, Andy IIIV for your support, who says Paxton has a ton of dirt on him. A Paxton win would make for better chances for Tallarico, in my opinion. Tallarico is the Democrat. Daniel says Trump does it again. Our viewer Gorgeous Stencils claims Fort Bend had bugs in their system today, and a lot of people were unable to vote. Now, I haven't heard about that, so I don't know. I can't comment on that. But we've seen a general pattern in almost all of the counties I've looked at. Paxton is running 20 or more points better than he did in March. One of the viewers asked about Bexar County. Bexar County is about 70% counted. Bexar County, Cornyn won Bexar County in March by 4.5%. And Paxton is winning it by 18%. Montgomery County, back in March, Paxton won it by 27%. Now he's winning it by 43%. It just seems like a blowout. Like a blowout. And again, President Trump endorsed Paxton a week ago. Oh, Bexar, I pronounced it wrong, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce the county. It's pronounced Bear. Bexar is pronounced Bear. I didn't know that. Bear County. Bear County. Lizzie says ugly ads don't work. Oh, and then there was a Democratic primary I wanted to mention as well. Hold on. Let me pull that up for you guys. Let me pull that up for you guys. Some of you were mentioning this. This Texas House seat. What district is this? Texas 18. I need Texas 18 right here. So this is Al Green and Christian Menifee. And this was an incumbent versus incumbent runoff. Because, hold on. Was that because of redistricting? Yes, after the Texas redistricting, which created a more Republican-friendly map in the state, they redrew Al Green's seat to make it more Republican-friendly. So he decided to run in the 18th district, says The Hill. Okay. We can talk about that more later. Kevin Grove says Al Green was redirected out. Wikipedia, Decision Desk says Al Green, who was first elected to the House in 2004, had represented his district since then, but redistricting made his seat more Republican, and he shifted his home address into the 18th district, and he is now losing. Al Green lost tonight to Christian Menifee, who's the incumbent. Green is a 20-year congressional veteran known for his confrontational style toward Republican leadership and his early calls for Trump's impeachment. But he has lost in his Democratic primary tonight in Texas House 18. Yeah, guys, there's a rocket alert. Some people are saying missile alert. I don't think it's missiles. My guess there was a alert in northeastern Israel, right next to the Lebanon border. So my assumption is that that's some sort of rockets being fired into Israel by Hezbollah. I'll keep an eye on it. I would be surprised if it was missiles. So I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, it's a rocket alert for northern Israel near the Lebanon border. Okay, so again, this looks like a blowout tonight. So I am positive that in 20 minutes, once we hit 9 p.m. Eastern time, and once uh, once we hit 9 p.m. Eastern time, and the various media outlets can lift their prohibition on calling a race before all the polls are closed, everyone's going to call this race at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's what's going to happen. I am sure of it. Um, and we're going to have for you both Paxton and we're supposed to have both Paxton and Cornyn speeches coming up. I mean, Uncle Fester says I said it would take less than an hour. I mean, it just seemed we were checking results about 5-10 minutes in, and you could just see county after county after county where Paxton was running way ahead of where he ran in March. Remember, Cornyn got 42% in March and Paxton got 40.5%. Matthew Kinney, thank you. Matthew says Tallarico has a lot of dirt as well about religion. Thanks, Joe9611. No, I'm in the Boston area. I am not in Texas. Thank you, Joe. I want to thank our moderators who are here, by the way. Thanks to Al Grimortal for subscribing on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. Douthis for subscribing on Twitch. Hey, shout out to our moderators who are here. LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3 over on Twitch. Huge thanks. And on Facebook, thanks to our moderators there. Kay Lowry Body, Darren Charlo. All of our other moderators there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X and on YouTube. Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk, and all of our other moderators there. 18 and a half minutes till this race is called, guys. There's already 52.7% of the vote in. Look at this. Looks like a absolute blowout win for Paxton after the Trump endorsement. Hang on, I'm just looking for some updates here. And we are planning again on having both candidate speeches for you. Both candidate speeches. Now, let me just, while we have about 16 minutes till this race is going to be called. Just to show you here, reported percentage. Let's look at some more of these counties that we haven't looked at. We haven't looked at Rockwall County. Rockwall County is currently almost all counted. Paxton plus 32%. What was Rockwall County in March? In March, Rockwall County was Paxton plus 6.9%. But today, Paxton plus 32.2%. Did we look at Denton County? You can't see Denton County. Denton County right now is Paxton plus 24.9%. Denton County in March was Cornyn plus 1.8. So Cornyn won Denton County by basically 2% in March, and now Paxton leads Denton County by about 25%. Galveston County, Paxton is winning by 43.5%. In March, Paxton won Galveston County by 5.8%. Yet now, Paxton is winning Galveston County by 43.5%. County after county after county, guys. Our viewer Mia Orion says this proves we trust Trump. Texas 5734 says John Cornyn is getting slaughtered, LOL. Thank you, TLLC Online. We have already reported about it on the air. I have actually read that update on the air and reposted it on my X account about the chemical tank implosion. Thank you, TLC Online. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, and I posted on social media about it. 1 dead and 9 employees missing in that chemical tank implosion in Longview, Washington. I will let you know if I get any updates, but the fire department there said that was the last public update they anticipated giving for tonight. Thank you very much, TLLC Online. Yeah, it's a really sad story. So just 10 days ago, we were covering when Republican second-term Senator Bill Cassidy lost in his primary after Trump did not endorse him and endorsed his opponent. And actually, he came in third. Trump said, don't vote for him, and he came in third, so he didn't even advance to the runoff. And now we're watching as fourth-term Senator John Cornyn, who is backed by the Republican establishment, is getting blown out in his primary runoff after winning the primary by 1.5%. But a week ago, President Trump endorsed Paxton, and now you can see what happened. All right, about 12 and a half minutes until this race is going to be called. It is going to get called when the rest of the polls close. I believe it's just 2 counties. El Paso and another one, according to Decision Desk HQ. Mr. Personality says, crazy time, Steve. It's kind of funny because, I haven't been watching the coverage, but I look at the posts and I think that, and I understand that, I think a bunch of the media outlets, they want to be a little restrained on this because the polls are still open. But I mean, it's just clear that it's over. Now, I will say 2 minutes ago, for example, on the New York Times site, they said the results look quite grim for Cornyn so far. But I mean, I think they're underneath it all. I'm sure they're all saying this is over. As one of our viewers mentioned, we watched Thomas Massie lose a few days ago after Trump endorsed his opponent. All right, so about 11 minutes until the polls close, and we'll get projection. We will get our projection of Paxton winning. Also, there's 55% of the vote in, and he's winning by 26%. And he's winning by 26%. Also, if you want to look at where the votes are remaining, I don't believe that's like estimated votes remaining, right? This is the estimated votes remaining. So it's not like you have a lot of votes in counties that are supposed to be big Cornyn counties where they haven't reported yet. So fine, Travis County is not in yet. That's 39,000 votes. But I mean, Harris County, 39,000 votes left. Well, Paxton's winning it by 29%. Tarrant County, 29,000 votes left. Well, Paxton's winning it by 18%. Collin County, this is estimated votes remaining from most to least. I mean, most of these counties have gone mostly for Paxton. Then there's Dallas County where it's Cornyn +1. So, I mean, these are the top counties with votes still remaining, and then there's a bunch of counties with no votes in. But I mean, if you just look where these are the top votes remaining, and it's where is he going to pick up the votes? You know, he's losing by 170,000 votes. So it's not a situation where you have, oh, there are all these counties out there that Cornyn's expected to win by a ton in, and they haven't reported at all. That's just not the case. Thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR, who mentioned the Attorney General race in Texas, where Chip Roy, who I think is a retiring representative, is losing to Mays Middleton, who's a state senator. Jeff says Chip Roy gone, another rhino bites the dust. So Jeff called Chip Roy a rhino. Anyways, I don't know, did Trump endorse in this race? I'm not aware of this. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. That's the Texas Attorney General Republican primary. Gary, thanks Gary Hardy for your support. Now, Gary says we voted for Paxton because of Paxton has nothing to do with Trump, nothing. That's what Gary says. Now, look, I mean, I don't know why everyone voted how they did. What I can tell you is less than 3 months ago, on March 3rd, there was a primary in a Republican primary in Texas. And Cornyn got 42% and Paxton got 40.5%. So if people didn't switch their vote because of Trump, that's a lot of people who just changed their minds about Paxton in the last 3 months. If that's what happened. But Gary says he didn't vote because of Trump. Thank you, Gary Hardy Inc. I appreciate it. Gary Hardy. We are now 6 minutes and 40 seconds away from the remaining polls closing in Texas and everyone projecting the race for Paxton. That's what's going to happen in 6.5 minutes. Hey, thanks, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. I really appreciate that, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. We're going to have the candidate speeches for you. Oh, hold on. I have the Cornyn video too. Oh my gosh. I got to get the Cornyn video up for you. I will have it. I'll have the Cornyn video in a second. Almost there. All right. So let me get the Cornyn video up on the screen. Hold on. We gotta get this going for you guys. We gotta get this going for you guys. Now, okay, hold on. Where is, that's that. Oh, I see. I'm an idiot. Hold on, let's do this. There it is. Okay, we got Cornyn and Paxton event. So let me fix this. And I'm going to put up on the screen what you're looking at. Just give me 1 sec here. Get organized. Okay, thanks for your patience. Thanks for your patience. Okay, we got that. Now we need this. Okay. So we got, there's the Paxton event. There's the Cornyn event. And I just need to tell people that they're watching live Cornyn event in Texas. Less than 4 minutes till the polls close and this race is called. Almost 60% of the vote counted. It is a blowout. It is a blowout. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I wonder how long will it take for one or the other to come out and speak? Well, I already told you that they would have called it probably right after 8 p.m., probably 10 minutes in or 5 to 10 minutes in if they didn't have this restriction. Skate Habitat, our viewer, says another massive Trump victory tonight. Midtown Mike thinks Cornyn is going to speak first. Now we had the feed, and it says further live coverage is expected. Hey, thanks Bernard Tapey for your support. Hey guys, 2 minutes until this race gets officially called. I'm getting my headline ready right now. And my headline says, Trump endorsed Paxton wins Texas GOP Senate runoff. Just so you know, so it's not a surprise. All right, I got to get ready to show you what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is Decision Desk HQ and everybody else is going to post it in about 53 seconds. So I need to get ready to show you. Here's the Decision Desk HQ site. That's what you're going to see. In about 30 seconds, they're going to post it there. But I'm going to make my post because it's just obvious. All right, in 20 seconds, I'm changing the headline because it's obvious. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I hope I did this right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's it. Paxton wins. I never say this, but it's so obvious that it's just, I don't even have to wait for it to get called by others because it's just clear what happened here. Paxton wins. Did DDHQ post it yet? I'm sure they did. No, they haven't. Let's see. What did I do here? Yes, DDHQ called it. Just in case you're wondering, there. Decision Desk HQ projects Paxton wins the Texas Senate Republican runoff. It is over. It is over. De Haviland says, easy peasy win. Yes, you're right. It is over. CNN is calling it. CNN has also called it. Everybody's calling it now, like I told you was going to happen. And you can see there's the green check mark. Now, why? What's going on with their Cornyn event coverage? Oh my gosh, wait a second here. Hold on a second here. Wait a second. Hold on a second. All right, hold on 1 minute here. Hold on 1 minute here. I'm going to have to do something to get Cornyn. Wait, we have a little emergency here. We'll be fine. Hang on a moment here. We have an issue. So let me do something real quick. Let me get organized here. Oh, we can see the Paxton event. We can see that. That we're fine. You know what's strange? I wonder if something happened with the Cornyn event because I'm looking at AP and they don't even have it posted there right now. They just have, they're gonna show Cornyn, I think, there. I think it's one feed. Well, either way, we'll see who speaks first. If I have to show you the AP feed, I'll show you the AP feed. It looks like maybe Paxton's going to speak first. All right, hold on. Let's go full screen on Paxton. Let's go full screen on this, and then hold on a second here. Hold on a moment. This is the Paxton event. Give me a moment here. I'm getting this on the screen for you. So we want to get this off there. We want to remove something else. All right, we want to remove There, I got it. Okay, that's the Paxton event. How's the sound? Do they have music? They're playing loud music. It looks like Paxton's going to speak, so we'll have this. I just can't play it while the music's playing. I will put the results up in the corner. Sorry, I had to. This was a whole thing. Let me get my headphones on. Sorry for all the craziness here, but we want to get you the coverage. All right, hang on. You can see the Paxton event. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put up for you, I'm going to put up the results in the corner. That's what I'm going to do. So just give me a moment and let me get the results in the corner for you guys as we wait for Paxton to speak. Okay, there's the results there. I don't want it in the way though. All right, now we have that. And hang on a moment here. Hang on. Okay, so we're waiting to see. Let me just test out the sound here and see. I think there's still music playing. Oh, there's music playing. There is loud music playing. But I think he's speaking first because that's where the cameras are. I'm seeing are. So thanks for. Hang on one second here. Sorry, it's I've just been a little distracted because I just want to make sure. Again, the best I can tell, Paxton is speaking before Cornyn, and I just want to make sure we have this for you. So, but it looks like he's coming out now. So we're bringing you live coverage. And this is in, I think it's in Plano, Texas. I think this is in Plano, Texas. A lot of happy faces there. But again, I can't play the music. So as soon as the music stops, we will have his speech for you. We're going to be taking your comments after all of this. So thanks for bearing with me as we bring you this live coverage. But this was just a blowout, a blowout. In the primary in March, Cornyn won 42%, Paxton won 40.5%. A week ago, Trump endorsed Paxton, and now Paxton is up by about 25%, with 60% of the vote in. We are waiting for Paxton to speak. Thanks, Honeybee Fly, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Honeybee Scratcher, who says Al Green's cane has been retired. Yes, Al Green, congressman from Texas, lost to another incumbent Texas congressman. Al Green had to run in a different district because his district was redistricted to make it more Republican. We'll talk more about that later, too. Hang on. Again, I cannot play the music, so I am waiting until the music stops and we have speakers, and then I will turn the volume on. It's loud music right now. Thanks, Roberts Mayqueen, for modding and being a member. Thank you. Happy Faces in Plano, Texas. Holiday says red wave all the way. There's no sound because they're playing music, and I cannot play copyrighted music. So I am waiting until... hold on a second. I am waiting for something, but wait. I'm waiting till the sound actually until there's no music, until we hear voices and not music. Let me check. Nope, it's just loud music. It's just loud music right now. I'm keeping an eye out because I believe Paxton is going to go before Cornyn. It's kind of weird stuff with the Cornyn footage right now. So I have to keep an eye on that for you. We now have 61.7% of the vote in, and Paxton is winning by 25%. Oh, Cornyn's speaking and no one has it. All right, this is weird. So Cornyn is speaking right now. Reuters has a restricted feed and AP is not showing it. There's literally, oh, hold on a second. I think I can get it from AP. I think I can get it from AP. Hold on, it's very confusing. Sorry for the confusion. I'm getting it from AP. I'm buying the feed from AP. It's a whole crazy thing, but I just need 2 seconds. Cornyn is speaking. I will have it up on the screen in a second. Just give me a second. Just give me it takes a minute. Just hang on. I will have it for you. Everything got messed up because he's speaking first, but wait 1 second now. Give me a moment. As soon as it starts playing here, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. What a mess. All right, I can see it. I can now see the feed. I can see the feed. All right, I'm going to turn the volume on.
And Haley, of whom I'm enormously
I'm going to put it
proud,
on the screen for you.
and they mean everything to me. Politics is hard on families, especially. But I believe, and I know my family believes, that public service is an honorable calling. Serving others is a high purpose. And while much about politics is ugly, we choose to serve through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, we could not have run this race without an outstanding campaign team that has served me so well through so many campaigns. Truly the finest I've ever worked with. To Rob, Mayanne, and Andy, and the entire campaign team who worked tirelessly and gave everything they had, and who believed in me, I want to express my gratitude. Of course, I want to thank my U.S. Senate staff, ably led in Washington, D.C. by Drew, and in Texas by David. You work hard for 32 million Texans every day that I'm honored to represent, with long hours, high stress, and job uncertainty. I want to express my gratitude to my staff for their incredible professionalism and dedication to the 32 million people of Texas that I'm honored to represent. To everyone who's worked with me, alongside of me for all these many years, I just want to say thank you. And then to my supporters in this campaign, more than 1,000 current and former elected official endorsements, more than 30 statewide organizations, to every financial supporter, every volunteer, everyone who voted for me in this election, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight I'm reminded of something Teddy Roosevelt said in 1910. He said, "It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and blood and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be among those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." A number of years ago, up in West Texas, that's not the region, that's the city, where there was a terrible catastrophe, a county commissioner up there said something that stuck with me all these years. He said, "Being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is." And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills, focus on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, work to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 60% said they were ready for a different direction. Another reminder that those who show up decide for those who do not. There's a simple rule in elections, you've heard me say it before, and that is the candidate who gets the most votes wins. The party in the majority gets to govern, and my hope is to keep my party in power for generations. I am an optimist by nature, which is just another way of saying I am a Texan. Yesterday when I was in San Antonio, where I stood alongside of 109 students who had been admitted to service academies for this upcoming year, this was the 20th time that we've had this academy send-off, and it remains my favorite event of the year, because these young men and women, the leaders of our military and our communities in our nation tomorrow, give me great hope and optimism for our future. Well, a scripture verse comes to mind as well, where the Apostle Paul said, I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, and I've kept the faith. Over the next 7 months, my service in the United States Senate, I intend to continue my work to help make this nation a better place for all Texans and all Americans. Thank you very much, and may God bless Texas, and may He continue to bless the United States of America. I'll have more to say later.
So a somber John Cornyn. That was John Cornyn speaking. Sorry for all the craziness getting the feed to you. It was a whole thing because I was supposed to have a feed from a different source, and it was just crazy getting that on the air, but we did get it on the air. All right, hold on. We got to go to Paxton. All right, so let me get Paxton up. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Let's get Paxton on the screen for you. Here, hold on, wait.
He said, this is my beautiful wife, Maddie. I'm Daniel. I'm Ken's son-in-law. We're excited to be with all of you here tonight, celebrating Ken and this truly historic victory. It is historic, isn't it? Ken is going to come out here and from some awesome folks. I just think it's absolutely incredible that as Ken was on the campaign trail, he didn't stop winning. Did you guys notice that? Did you know that in the last 2 weeks, Ken did more than John Cornyn still did in his 42-year career? Come on! Here's the one thing that I do know. We are excited as our family as we continue on the campaign trail supporting Ken and the great things that he has in store. We're excited for the Republican Party to unite and go win in November. Come on, right? It would not be proper, though, because there's only one party in America that truly believes in the fundamental values that shape this country, which are the ideals of the Christian faith. And so it would only be appropriate. I am a pastor. I pastor at Vintage Church in Central Texas, and I could not be more honored to join and open the night in the only way that is appropriate, which is with a word of prayer. Will you all join me tonight? Father, we love you. we're grateful because you are good. You're good in our victory and you're good in our defeat, God. But you're good not because of our circumstance, but because of who you are. And tonight we give you thanks. We give you thanks that you've given an opportunity to send Ken Paxton, a true fighter for what's right, a true fighter for the defenseless, somebody who has stood up for the people who could not stand for themselves. God, we thank you and we praise you. We praise you for victory, but more than that, God, we praise you because you haven't forgotten this nation. We ask that your hand of blessing would be upon Ken. We ask that your hand of blessing would be upon the campaign as they continue on to fight against James Tallarico, who twists your word and spits upon your name for his own purposes. Father, we pray for victory. We pray that your hand would be upon Ken and upon our family and upon every single person
in Texas tonight, a race called just
member, and that you would keep Texas as a bastion of freedom in a country that is called by your name. We humble ourselves before you, Lord, and we seek your face. In the mighty name of Jesus, the one and only King, we pray. Amen. 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 Come on, we're going to have a great night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome conservative icon Sarah Gonzalez.
I can't play the music. Hold on.
What is up? I am so excited to be here with you guys tonight to celebrate the victory of soon-to-be Senator Ken Paxton. So, I don't know how many of you know the work that I do here in the state of Texas, but I have done a lot of investigating into H-1B fraud and H-1B visa abuse. And it's been really eye-opening for me seeing all of this awful things just being done right in front of our very eyes, right in broad daylight. And I gotta tell you, pretty much the only statewide official who is helping me in this is none other than our own Attorney General, Ken Paxton. He has been on it. And when I look at the issues that matter to Texans, and I think about what you guys are talking about, the Islamification of the state is a very important issue to you guys, is it not? Yeah. Who has been working to eliminate? Sure, you guys are thinking what I'm thinking. I'm going to be sad to lose him as the Attorney General. There are very big shoes to fill, but I may be sad to lose him as the Attorney General. There are very big shoes to fill, but I gotta tell you, Senator Paxton has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it? Just kind of flows off the tongue, right? So here's the thing. I don't think that's allowed. I'm not sure he can do both. So here's the thing. While we celebrate tonight, and please do celebrate tonight because this has been a very step one, all right? Step two comes in November. And if you thought Jasmine Crockett was radical, you ain't seen nothing yet, okay? James Tallarico is a very dangerous radical leftist. James Tallarico believes that God is non-binary. James Tallarico believes that there are numerous genders, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, 65, a million. Do you believe that there are numerous genders? No. Do you think that that is representative of the state of Texas? No. James Tallarico is a vegan, which automatically disqualifies him, I gotta say. That right off the top, eliminated. Get out of the state. James Tallarico, when asked who he loves other than family and friends, they're like, give me just what one thing do you love other than family and friends? He's like, I love trans kids. Check his hard drive, please. And James Tallarico, parents, listen to this. As a teacher, set up a Facebook page for 11 and 12-year-old students to contact him for homework help. Is that setting off red alarm bells for anyone else? So listen, I'll end with this. In 2024, at the Texas GOP convention, I sat down with Texas AG Ken Paxton and I asked him, do you know anyone who could primary John Cornyn? And he said, I think it's in the cards. And now we see where that journey led. Give it up one more time for your soon-to-be senator. As long as you guys turn out in November, are you going to turn out? I look forward to calling him Senator Ken Paxton. Thank you, everybody.
Are we going to have music? Or is he coming?
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the 26th District of Texas in Congress, please welcome Brandon Gill.
No music. Don't want to play the music. Yeah, the audio is not great on 3 different feeds. So I can only use the feeds that I paid for. I'm sorry about the audio issues. It seems to be a problem at the actual source.
We are so back, aren't we? That means that we are finally going to take our country back, aren't we? That means that we are sending a fighter from Texas to Washington, somebody who's going to stand up for our values, aren't we? Somebody who's going to fight to keep the border secure, to deport illegal aliens. Fight to keep the border secure, to deport illegal aliens, and yes, to get the Save America Act passed. Because it's not good enough anymore in Washington to just say the right things. We need somebody who's going to do the right things. And that person is Senator Ken Paxton. It's been a long road to get here. I was proud to have endorsed Paxton weeks ago, whenever he was right in the middle of the fight. But now we're at a point where it's the Reds versus the Blues. It's shirts and skins now. It's time for Republicans to come together, to unite, to make sure that we send a Republican Ken Paxton to the Senate. Because I don't think that the people of Texas want to see James Tallarico anywhere near Washington or anywhere near our children for that matter. I don't think the people of Texas believe that God is non-binary, do they? I don't think that the people of Texas believe that there are 6 sexes, do they? No, what I would like to ask Mr. Tallarico is, since you've said that, why don't you explain to the people of Texas who are these other 4 genders? I think we want to know. I think we'd like to know how you come up with the perverted idea that the Bible is pro-abortion. That's not Texas values. My favorite was whenever Mr. Tallarico, not long ago, was on a podcast, and the podcast host asked him, she said, what are some things that you love, Mr. Tallarico, that's not your family or your friends? And the first thing that popped into this guy's mind was trans kids. I think that's pretty weird. What kind of grown man daydreams about trans kids? James Tallarico, apparently. But those are not Texas values. Those are not the values that we have fought for. We want somebody who's going to secure the border, who's going to kick perverts out of our classrooms, who's going to stand against the Islamization of Texas, and who is going to fight for every single person in this room. And that's why I'm very glad that in just a few minutes we are going to hear from our soon-to-be Senator, Ken Paxton. Thank you guys for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next United States Senator for the Republic of Texas, Ken Paxton.
All right, here's Ken Paxton. All right, now I can't play the music. I cannot play the music, but Ken Paxton is coming out right now. Here is Ken Paxton. I think I can show you another angle of him coming out. There he is. But I think the audio is better on the first one. Let's see. All right, hold on. Let's try them both. The audio is not great on both of them. So I'm trying to get you the video with the best audio.
I feel speechless in a way. But you know,
hold on.
Do that. Wow. To the Texas. Tonight, we just made history. I want to thank my family, my kids, my grandchildren, the Paxton Patriots, and every single person here today. Without your love, your support, and your prayers, we would not be here tonight celebrating this incredible victory. I'd also like to thank all of the grassroots, local, state, and national leaders who supported this campaign, including Congressman Brandon Gill, who just spoke, Lance Gooden, Congressman Nels, Congressman Wesley Hunt, and Congressman Ronnie Jackson. I'd also like to thank Scott Pressler and Turning Point Action for their endorsements. And then there's one person who I think you might know, President Donald J. Trump. When everyone in Washington told him to abandon me and abandon the people of Texas, he didn't listen. Instead, he gave his complete and total endorsement. President Trump is the leader of our party, and his endorsement is the most powerful force in politics. And I'm honored to have his support, and I look forward to working with him in the Senate to deliver for Texas. Tonight, we just sent a Texas-sized message to Washington. I said it in March, and I'll say it again now. Today, change was on the ballot, and change won. Let me be clear, this is not just my win, this is your win. We just proved that this Senate seat doesn't belong to Washington. It belongs to you, the hardworking men and women of this state. We went up against $150 million in all the attacks in the world, and you know what happened? The voters declared loud and clear a simple truth that we know in our hearts and in our souls: Texas is not for sale. Now I want to take a minute to say something about Senator Cornyn. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for his service to this state. John has dedicated much of his life to serving Texas. He's worked diligently for years to help Texas. And for that spirit of service to the Lone Star State and our nation, I'm very grateful. Thank you, John. So no matter who you supported in this race, whether it was me, Senator Cornyn, or you voted for someone different in March, I want to thank every single Texan, and I want to let them know that I want to earn your support. Tonight is not the end of a campaign. Tonight is the beginning of the fight to preserve every value we hold dear. The future of Texas and the future of America is on the line, and I intend to do everything I can to expand our movement. I've won 3 statewide elections because I know how critical it is for our party to come together, and that's what we must do now. Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November. Texas will be the radical left's #1 priority, but if there's one thing I know about Texans, it's that we're not going to let them take it. This campaign is not about red versus blue. It's about so much more. My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Tallarico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this: James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports, gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. Yes. He wants the open borders policies of Biden, the woke agenda of AOC. He's going to push trillions more in spending that's going to continue to drive up prices for all of us. He can never become our senator, but I need your help. We know James Tallarico is going to raise more money than any Democrat in America. So I need everyone watching to go to kenpaxton.com and donate right now and support this campaign. Every Democrat, and I would say every Republican, knows that if we lose this state, if Republicans lose this state, we lose the country. Amen. But I truly believe that together, not only will we win this race, but we can ensure that America's best days are ahead of us. Yes. You see, I'm not just running against the Democrats, I'm running to deliver for you, just as I have as Attorney General. I'm running to lower your cost of living because you deserve to be able to buy a home, afford groceries, and have a high quality of health care without being forced to stay up at night worrying about how you're going to pay your monthly premium or pay off your debt. In the Senate, I'll support President Trump's America First agenda and finally secure our nation's elections by passing the Save America Act. I've taken on big food and big pharma as Attorney General, and I'm going to continue doing that in the Senate because making America healthy again is critical for our nation's future. As Attorney General, I've sued some of the largest companies in the world like Netflix, Snapchat, and Roblox for taking advantage of our kids by exposing them to dangerous, addictive material. In Washington, I will not stop fighting to protect Texas children from big tech hurting our kids. We live in dangerous times, and that's exactly why I'll support our military and be ready to confront the threat from Communist China, which is our #1 geopolitical enemy. Just a few weeks ago, I helped establish the first ever detransition clinic in the country at Texas Children's Hospital. This will help kids reverse the damage caused by radical doctors who tried to transition them. And in the Senate, I will never back down from taking on the woke mob. I've also seen firsthand how bad judges can destroy our freedom and force a liberal agenda on Texas. That's why I will be dedicated to confirming judges who will uphold and defend the Constitution. So now it's time to finish this, Texas. We have until November to come together and bring as many people into this campaign as possible, defeat James Tallarico, and deliver for our state. I can't thank you enough for your support and your hard work and your vote. Thank you for making history. God bless you, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, that was Ken Paxton. He will face James Tallarico in November for the Texas Senate seat. John Cornyn will not be filling that seat anymore, 4-time senator, losing hugely to Ken Paxton, who President Trump endorsed a week ago. What a change. Back on March 3rd, John Cornyn got 42% in the primary. Ken Paxton got 40.5%. And Wesley Hunt, what did Wesley Hunt get? About 13%? And in this primary, Cornyn got, right now, 36.78%, 79%, and Paxton has 63.2%. So, one thing I will say is I think there were about 1.5 million people who voted in the primary in March. It looks like in this one it's going to be a bit less than that. Maybe in like 1.2, 1.3, I don't know. So in theory, because I know one of the viewers had said before that one of the viewers was claiming that Trump didn't change anyone's vote. Now, I have a little bit of a hard time believing that. But at the same time, I mean, there's a world in which if all the Wesley Hunt voters voted for Ken Paxton, then that in itself would give Ken Paxton like a 10 or 11 point edge, given the numbers in the primary. And then also, it's possible that a bunch of Cornyn voters could have stayed home. So my point is that, I mean, it's possible that I can't explain the turnaround. I don't know how much of the turnaround was people switching a vote because of Trump, or Wesley Hunt voters, say, voting for Paxton, or voters for John Cornyn staying home, which could have happened too, So to be fair, I want to just acknowledge that I don't know for a fact how to explain all the big difference. But it's certainly a huge difference between the two. So I don't want to... well, hold on a second. What's happening now? Is this Cornyn from before? What am I looking at here? Is this Cornyn from earlier? Hold on a moment. Hang on, what am I looking at? Is this from Cornyn?
18 consecutive campaign wins.
I think this is
Tonight,
from earlier.
We've come up short in this primary runoff.
This is Cornyn from earlier.
A few years ago, I had a friend of mine say,
or is this new?
You know what
I don't know.
makes God laugh? He said, when we make plans. I've spent most of my time in the Senate building the Republican Party in Texas and in the U.S. Senate, and I've always supported the Republican ticket, and I intend to do so again in this general election. I've said throughout this race that I trust the voters of Texas, and they've made their decision, and I must respect it. Tonight I'm joined up here by three women who mean everything to me, and without whom I never would have enjoyed the incredible ride and public service career that I've had for many, many years. Of course, my wife Sandy of 46 years and counting, and then our daughters Danley and Haley, of whom I'm enormously proud, and they mean everything to me. Politics is hard on families, especially, but I believe, and I know my family believes, that public service is an honorable calling. Serving others is a high purpose. And while much about politics is ugly, we choose to serve through the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course, we could not have run this race without an outstanding campaign team that has served me so well through so many campaigns. Truly the finest I've ever worked with. To Rob, Mayanne, and Andy, and the entire campaign team who worked tirelessly and gave everything they had, and who believed in me, I want to express my gratitude. Of course, I want to thank my U.S. Senate staff, ably led in Washington, D.C. by Drew, and in Texas by David. You work hard for 32 million Texans every day that I'm honored to represent, with long hours, high stress, and job uncertainty. I want to express my gratitude to my staff for their incredible professionalism and dedication to the 32 million people of Texas that I'm honored to represent. To everyone who's worked with me alongside of me for all these many years, I just want to say thank you. And then to my supporters in this campaign, more than 1,000 current and former elected official endorsements, more than 30 statewide organizations, to every financial supporter, every volunteer, everyone who voted for me in this election, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tonight I'm reminded of something Teddy Roosevelt said in 1910. He said, "It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and blood and sweat, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be among those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." A number of years ago, up in West Texas, that's not the region, that's the city, where there was a terrible catastrophe, a county commissioner up there said something that stuck with me all these years. He said, "Being a Texan doesn't describe where you're from. It describes who your family is." And for the past 2.5 decades, I have represented this family in the United States Senate. During that time, I helped write and pass a number of historic tax reform bills, focus on building our military for tomorrow, helping put hundreds of conservative judges on the federal bench, work to take Washington's boot off the necks of Texas job creators, and helped tackle some of our nation's most challenging problems. In this runoff election, approximately 8% of registered voters made their voices heard. And of that 8% who voted, roughly 6.
Okay, so I was a little confused. So this is, I think what it is, it's a feed from earlier, but it's a different angle, maybe with better audio. Also, I think maybe we saw some at the beginning that we didn't see before. But yes, this was him speaking earlier, which we did see earlier. So sorry for the confusion. At one point, he had said earlier that he was going to be back and maybe have more to say. And I was like, is he saying something new? But yes, this is the feed of him from earlier. So I didn't initially know. So sorry about that. Yeah, so if you missed it, you can rewind and play him. Again, I want to take some comments from you guys. And I want to put up on the screen again this. Thanks for bearing with me. This here, where is it? Where am I here? Why is it like this? Give me one moment here. There it is. There it is. So there is 71% of the vote in, and Ken Paxton is winning by over 26%. What a huge difference from the primary. Remember, the primary just on March 3rd. Look at what happened in the primary. That was March 3rd. John Cornyn, 910,000 votes, 42%. Ken Paxton, 878,000 votes, 40.5%. Wesley Hunt, 293,000 votes, 13.5%. Oh, you know what? I was wrong about the total number of votes. I don't know why. I just saw something wrong. I think I looked it up elsewhere and it said 1.5 million. So according to this, there were I totally apologize. I think I read something else and I must have misread it, because I thought there were 1.5 million votes in the primary in March. It was 2.1 million, 2.2 million. Tonight, we have way less votes. So it's going to be in the low ones, probably. And John Cornyn, I mean, if you just project out, he's going to get about 500,000 votes. And he got 910,000 votes in the primary. And he's going to get about 500,000 tonight. But the number of people voting is a lot less. So look at the difference there. That's 2.166 million in March 3rd. And then it's going to be about, what, 1.3 million? Interesting. Again, I'm totally sorry, because I just thought that it was 1.5 million total votes in the primary, but it was 2.1 million. Yeah, now, as JC says, I didn't show it all. There were other candidates in the primary, but nobody who got more than 1.2%. Right? There were 5 other candidates who, if you add up all their votes, it's like, what, 80, 90,000 votes, and nobody's above 1.2%. But it is interesting, the difference. I mean, look, Cornyn and Paxton combined in the primary got 1.8 million votes. That's just Cornyn and Paxton in the primary got 1.8 million. And the total vote in the runoff is going to be like, what, 1.3 million? It's very interesting. I don't know if it's low turnout. It might just be the way for runoff. It might just be the way it is normally for runoff elections. Maybe that's what it, maybe usually in runoff elections, you have some people who just don't vote a second time because they already voted in the primary. Freezing Cathedral says, as a Texan, we vote red when the election matters. When we vote red, we do this to ensure Texas stays Texas. Texas Frontier says, many Texas schools are out. Not sure if that affects voter turnout. Captain Colonizer says, MAGA keeps winning. Pizza Sub says, how many Democrats voted in the Democrat Texas primary? I'd have to look it up. I can tell you, I just have to look it up. In the Democratic primary, it was like 2.3 million. I mean, I don't know what party everybody was, but the total voters in the Democratic primary was 2.3 million. Someone asked about if there had been, hold on, if there had been a President Trump truth post. And I have to check. President Trump reposted that Ken Paxton won, but no, President Trump has not posted on Truth Social about this win yet. So no Truth Social post. Larry Tischler, our viewer, says Texas runoff elections are always low turnout. Hey, thanks so much to Stephen Briones. I really appreciate that, Stephen Briones. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks to Fluffy Mati on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators who are here. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah on Twitch. Yes, no, yeah, he did thank President. One of our viewers said he didn't thank President Trump. No, Paxton thanked President Trump in his speech. I heard it. Beth Mythical moderating over there on YouTube. Thanks, Beth Mythical. Linda Belk, Misha Larry over on X. And our Facebook mods, Andrea Holder, Michael Fergal, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, Kay Larry Body, all moderating over there. There was no Democratic runoff tonight. There was a Republican runoff. The Democrats didn't have a runoff because James Talarico got over 50% in their primary. I want to take a few more comments here and also show you something here. This is interesting. Look at this. Cornyn's unusual watch party goes quiet as race is called. I don't know why this was. Cornyn's watch party, the room was full of journalists and no supporters. So as the race call that Paxton won went out, the only sounds were fingers tapping at keyboards and television reporters shuffling in front of cameras preparing to go live. Now, I don't know what that was. I don't know why that was. This is from AP. Look, Cornyn's watch party isn't typical. That's because it is almost exclusively journalists packed in an austere hotel meeting room in downtown Austin. There aren't crowds of excited supporters or the pomp of champagne glasses or white tablecloths. A few small campaign signs are stuck to the walls, and a lone podium is backdropped by a screen emblazoned with the candidate's name. So I'm guessing that Cornyn knew he was going to lose. I mean, the recent polls were pretty strong for Paxton. Uncle Fester says he knew he was losing. But I mean, even if you knew you were losing, you could still have some supporters there. The Jug Show says they knew what the outcome was going to be. But I mean, this seems like it's planned. I don't think they invited people and people didn't show up. It just seems like that's the event they decided to have. Oh, there's a Longview press conference one of our viewers mentioned. Hey, let's check out the press conference thanks, viewer. Let's check out the press conference from Longview, Washington for a second. Hang on. About this industrial accident there.
Tank. That information has been modified, and it is now approximately a 900,000 gallon tank of that white liqueur process. After evaluations midday, we believe that there could be a potential of 90,000 gallons remaining in that tank.
Sounds like they might be reading the statement from before.
The tank remains unstable, creating a dangerous situation for our personnel, which has created our additional planning. Crews are actively assessing the structural integrity of that tank and working on plans to stabilize that tank before additional recovery operations can safely proceed. Those are the situations and limitations that impact our access to the portions of the facility. Now I'm going to turn this over to Battalion Chief Matt Amos with the Longview Fire Department.
Hello everyone, good evening. Thanks for being here. My name is Matt Amos, M-A-T-T-A-M-O-S. I'm the Battalion Chief of the Longview Fire Department. I have some updates on victim information. Today's incident resulted in multiple critical injuries and fatalities. Emergency responders have confirmed that 10 individuals were transported to area hospitals. 8 were employee injuries. 1 was a firefighter injury, and we have 1 fatality. Officials can also confirm that there's currently 9 employees who remain unaccounted for. The recovery operations, they remain focused on safely accessing all affected areas of the facility, recovering victims, and supporting impacted families while ensuring responder safety. Due to the instability of the site, some areas remain inaccessible at this time. All impacted families have been notified as of a couple hours ago. Responder safety. One firefighter sustained injuries during the response operations and has since been treated and released. Safety remains a top priority for everyone operating at this scene. The current operations, numerous local, regional, and state agencies continue coordinating response and recovery efforts alongside facility personnel. Due to ongoing safety concerns, recovery efforts will resume tomorrow once conditions allow crews to safely continue operations. In closing, this has been an incredibly difficult day for our community and for everyone involved. We appreciate the professionalism and dedication of the responders working this incident under very challenging conditions. We also appreciate the patience and support of the community as operations continue. We ask that the public continue to stay clear of the area, including the surrounding dikes and ditches from Prudential Boulevard to Washington Way. We will have updates tomorrow by 10 a.m., March 27th. At this time, I'd like to transition to Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. It's difficult always to find the words at a time like this, and as you've heard already from previous speakers, our thoughts and our prayers are with everybody impacted by this tragedy. So on behalf of the people of the state of Washington, I want all those individuals to know that we stand with you. We'll be here to do everything we can to help with the situation, and we'll be here as long as it takes. We also deeply appreciate the first responders and their tremendous work that they're doing and have been doing to deal with an extremely, extremely challenging situation. The main thing I want to emphasize is how much I appreciate, and I want the public to know, the extensive coordination that's going on at all levels of government with many partners, local, state, federal, and many other partners. We just came from very lengthy briefing and conversation from those partners. We were in a room together having a conversation, which is deeply helpful for me. I want to share a few things that we're doing at the state level to assist with that cooperation. But again, I want the public to know everybody's working very hard together in full cooperation, which will help us get through this challenging time. So the state has mobilized to help. Our emergency management division has been in constant contact with local responders and offering support. We've mobilized the Washington National Guard Civil Support Team, which is now on site. They will assist, for example, the Department of Ecology with air monitoring. I've also directed the National Guard Homeland Response Force to be on site. This team can assist with search and recovery in a contaminated environment, as well as mass decontamination. The Department of Ecology and Labor and Industries are also on site. The Department of Ecology is monitoring water quality, and L&I is ready to begin investigating after the first responders finish their very, very important work. The Department of Health is assisting with emergency medical logistics. I have leadership from all those divisions who are here today, joined us in these conversations to make sure we're doing everything we can as a state to support the important work that's going on here and being here for folks as they go through this extremely challenging situation. We will, of course, continue to monitor the situation and offer resources and support. I deeply appreciate all the cooperation. The state stands ready to continue that level of support. One of those key partners is, of course, our federal government. I deeply appreciate Senator Patty Murray being here, and along with the Congresswoman, making sure the federal government is a partner as they've been all along. And so I want to turn over now to our U.S. Senator Patty Murray.
Governor, thank you very much. And first of all, I just want to express my thoughts, my prayers to all the victims, the survivors, the neighbors, the friends of everyone who's been impacted today. This is an amazing community of hardworking people, and a tragedy like this affects absolutely everybody. And I want you to know I am thinking of all of you and am here for you in any way that you need. Secondly, my gratitude to all of the first responders who have been on the scene since early this morning in a very dangerous situation, who are giving up their personal lives and commitment to make sure this community is safe. And thank you to each and every one of you who are doing that as well today. I want you all to know I'm in very close touch with the community leaders and the state leaders to make sure we are bringing forward any federal responders that we can to help in any way we can, including today EPA and Coast Guard that are here now, and more that stand ready to be helpful in any way that we can. I know there's a lot of questions about how all of this happened, and I want to assure you that we will all continue to pressure to get answers to those questions. This community deserves that. So again, on behalf of everyone here, I want to thank this community for being who you always have been, caretakers of each other. That's what this is going to require for many days to come, and we are your partners and at your side. With that, let me introduce to you your representative, Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who's been here, knows many of the people who have been impacted. Thank you for being my partner.
Thank you, Senator. Our first responders and our emergency room workers, our nurses, and many people here have seen truly unthinkable horrors today. And so as we pursue the dual imperative of getting answers, I'm profoundly encouraged by how many people are checking in on each other. These are tough people. These are a strong people. And underneath that requires the strength to ask how you're doing. Check in. Bring a casserole by. The neighborliness is what is going to bear out the strength to get the answers that we need here and to rebuild and protect our lives and our land and our community. It is unthinkable tragedy here today. And I think at the heart of all that we know and all we don't know is the knowledge of the goodness of people here. And that would lean on that. That's where accountability, that's where answers come from, that's where the strength to rebuild. And I'm encouraged by the people I've seen here today, the electeds, our first responders, our folks from the I&E. I'm profoundly encouraged, and it's going to take all of us to rebuild and get these answers. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Wilson, who's a nearby resident, as well as our state senator here.
What occurred here today is going to show a test of our community. We're family. In fact, I have family that works here on this site. But because of my knowledge of the local community, I am confident that the team here, the operators on the site, are going to put together the necessary means for the recovery and the remediation aspect of this tragedy. And for those that live here in this community, we know each other, and it is time to reflect on that. But to also be patient if you can. The process is going to take some time. The answers will be directed. But again, I think we're going to get through this. Meantime, prayers, kind words, and let's get this figured out together. And with that, I'd like to introduce Representative Joel McIntyre.
What happened today is a tragedy. Longview is a strong and resilient community, and it will recover. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, though, that there are families today that have lost everything, and they never will be able to get back to normal. They will never recover. Such tragedies like this put things in perspective, that it could have happened to any of us or any of our families at any time. And I'm just going to hold my family a little tighter tonight in gratitude, because nobody thought that this morning their loved one wouldn't come back. In these times of this kind of uncertainty and tragedy, we sometimes need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture. A message was sent out from a local religious leader that I think puts it into better words than I can, and I'd like to close by reading his remarks. He said to his members of his church and the community in general, "It is with deep sorrow that we acknowledge the tragic chemical spill that occurred today at the Dynawave packaging facility in Longview. Our hearts are heavy as we consider the impact this incident has had on families, employees, emergency responders, and all those affected throughout our community. On behalf of our church, we extend our sincere condolences, love, and prayers to the individuals and families who are suffering during this difficult time. We especially pray for those who lost loved ones, those who are injured, those anxiously awaiting news about their loved ones, and all who are carrying the emotional weight of this tragedy. We're profoundly grateful for the courage and the service of first responders, medical personnel, plant employees, community leaders who acted swiftly under difficult and dangerous circumstances. Their efforts reflect the very best of compassion, sacrifice, and community service. In moments such as these, we are reminded that the strength of a community is found in the way we care for one another. We encourage our members and friends to continue offering prayers, kindness, patience, and support to those in need in the difficult days ahead. As disciples of Jesus Christ, we believe that even in times of uncertainty and grief, the Savior's love can bring comfort, peace, and hope. May we unite as a community in lifting and strengthening one another. With heartfelt sympathy, John Schmidt, Stake President, The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to another representative, Jim Walsh.
What a terrible day. But bad days like this are the test of our ability to come together and to remedy trouble, to get to the bottom of why these things happen and how we can better prevent them from happening again. This is a place where real people make real things. This is not the virtual world. And real things and real industry always carries risk. But it's our job to make sure that risk like this is well managed and to the extent it can be controlled. And I am so impressed with how people at all levels of government, from all sides of the spectrum, have come together to solve these problems today and for the next few days so that we can go forward more safely, more constructively, and more productively. What I ask the people out in the community is be careful about letting gossip run here. We're in the early days of figuring out exactly what happened and how, and figuring out exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening again. So let the process work. Let the responders work. And in time, we will know more precisely what happened and why. But for now, I think all of us are with those families that are waiting to get the answer. And I feel you, I see you, I know what you're feeling. And no one can feel it for you. We can't make it go away, but Godspeed. And know we care for you. I'm so impressed that the pulp and paper workers immediately have put together a facility for the family members to have a place to go and talk to each other if no one else. This is a community, and it is coming together. And at times like this, through sorrow, we see what is best in people. And I'm encouraged by that. And now to close up our comments, the mayor of Longview, Eric Halverson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
We're speaking to you today under incredibly grave circumstances. As our emergency teams continue their tireless work here, our community has entered a time of profound tragedy and deep mourning. On behalf of the entire city of Longview, our hearts are heavy. Our deepest prayers go out to the families, the loved ones, the co-workers who are experiencing unimaginable grief and pain today. To those families, we are with you. Know that your city stands with you. You're not alone. We will support you through the darkest days and weeks ahead. I want to extend my most profound gratitude to the first responders, the medical personnel, chaplains who have been on the ground since the first alarm sounded this morning. They're working tirelessly in highly complex and dangerous conditions, not only to stabilize the site, but to provide immediate care and spiritual comfort to the workers and families who are hurting. As you heard today, we are fully coordinating our response at every level of government. Thank you, Governor Ferguson, Senator Murray, Representative Gluesenkamp-Perez, Senator Wilson, and Representatives McIntyre and Walsh. We are completely aligned on supporting Longview's families, protecting our workforce, and ensuring the full weight of local, state, and federal resources are deployed to assist our teams on the ground. And in closing, I'll invite the command staff to answer any questions that they can. Chief Goldstein and Battalion Chief Amos. Thank you, Mayor Halverson. As the mayor said, we're here to attempt to answer your questions. Understand, as earlier when we talked to you, we will be able to answer some. We will not be able to get into other questions. I'm going to work just from my right around to my left and identify you all and work that way, okay? Go ahead.
Hi, Ariel Yakabazi with Point 6 News here. Thank you for all of your hard work today and providing the updates that you can. If you could maybe, as much as you can, go into detail about the recovery process here, because obviously we're dealing with some really dangerous chemicals, and you're holding off on recovery efforts for tomorrow since there's still a lot going on. If you could just kind of explain that a little bit more for the general public who might not understand the situation at hand.
You want to have that? So, thank you for the question. The question about details about the recovery process. One of the things that I want the media community to understand and the members of our community to understand is one of the pictures that was put out earlier by Longview City about the tank. That is the 900,000 gallon tank that had the failure. And I'm going to use failure not as a technical word, just as a general description. That tank, as outlined, has roughly 90,000 gallons of product remaining of the white liqueur. That's the concern if additional liquid leaking, because it's very caustic. Additionally, the tank itself collapsing while men and women are in the areas retrieving the co-workers and the members from Nippon. How that gets stabilized is what our primary goal is. Stabilizing the tank, 1, removing the liquid from inside the tank, 2, then accessing the victims that we are able to locate and recover. Our secondary goal is to return all of the workers to their families to have a closure for this incident. The chemicals themselves are ones that the team is very distinctly aware of. We know what the concerns are. We have even hypothesized the concerns of Tank A and Tank B mixing and having a different issue. And that, as the governor outlined, is part of that lengthy conversation we had inside a little bit ago. We don't know until we know, hopefully tomorrow, how we can stabilize the tank. Do we remove the product first? Do we stabilize the tank first? Or the vice versa? That will be our step forward. Responder and plant safety is the number 1. Then the community is a natural relay to that. So we can't give you details. Thank you. I'm going to go to the front to the back.
Associated Press. the workers who were unaccounted for, what exactly were they doing when this happened, and were they in the same location doing the same thing as those taken to hospital?
That information we don't have at this time.
Okay, on the GW News, I wanted to ask about, at this point, do you have any idea about what caused the tank to explode, and when was the last inspection of the tank?
All right, so repeating the question is about what caused the tank to fail and when was the last inspection. Do not have that information at this time.
Talk about the amount of proof that you have there and how essentially they are working with those guys in the EPA.
You want to take that?
Sure, go ahead. So we're going to speak on crews. First off, emergency crews that responded today. Both Longview Fire and Cowlitz 2 provided fire suppression units, multiple ambulance companies, as well as Medics Ambulance Service to transport those patients, 10 patients, to the hospital. We also worked with Vancouver Fire Department we used them as a resource when attempting hazmat response. Cowlitz 2 provided some hazmat technicians to make initial access to the area, and we used them for reference for the product and our continued operation. Right now we have the site completely secure, allowing no access in. Responders are back replenishing supplies as we make our plans here with all of our partners for our plan for tomorrow for recovery efforts.
With the dangers of the site being present, one of the early planning decisions that was made that we would operate during daytime hours, limiting our risk to only the operational periods during the daytime. That's for the benefit of the safety of the personnel. As Matt outlined, state ecology is here, EPA is here, and that's providing additional resources as well as air monitoring in the community, as well as water sampling to the concerns. Midline 13.
Yep, Dan Griffin with Box 13 in Seattle. I have a two-parter here. So my first part is, can you talk about the dangers that this chemical, this white liquor, places people in? I've read a lot of stuff online, so the families of these victims have started looking on Google, reading what this can do to the human body. Can you elaborate on those dangers that first responders now face and what it could do to you if you're exposed to it? And then second off, if it's a 900,000 gallon tank, where did all of this go?
So to outline the question, the dangers of the chemical, the white liquor, and then we're going to use the number of roughly 500,000 gallons of the product go. Let me start with the second and then get into the first. During the explosion, there was also a rupture of a on-site facility water main. I'm going to call it the fire hydrant, the fire main on site. We had a large volume of fire main water combined with the roughly anticipated 500,000 gallons of the liquid that was dispersed. That remained on site and is remaining on site. The staff here on site has a very robust treatment capability for their operational services on a day-to-day basis. And in conjunction with the state agencies here, one of the things that we relayed, Matt mentioned it in his briefing, is we want the community to stay away from the dike and the ditches between Washington Way here and Prudential. We saw an initial increase in the pH level in that waterway. One of the early calls that were created was to the diking district to turn off their pumps in that area so as to keep it contained there. That message of stay out of that area, Washington to Prudential Boulevard, is what we want everybody to be aware of, and plans are in place to put signage out to ensure that is known for those that don't capture it in the newspaper. The dangers of the white liquor. Can you take that as far as the cost of?
Yeah, the white liquor is used in basically the paper making process. It's a caustic, so it has a high pH. I believe it's roughly a 13 out of 14 on the scale. And it is it would burn your skin. Basically second to third degree burns. When you come in contact with it, it is direct inhalation. If you're in a lot of plume, it can be dangerous, but it's more of an irritant as it creates a small cloud on the ground before it dissipates. So speaking on our first responders coming in contact with it, like our PPE levels, we do have some damaged PPE that had to be taken out of service because of that, because of what it does to our equipment. But because we did have some of that happen during the initial rescue operations where we were taking viable victims from the scene. And so we did have some exposure to chemicals on our PPE.
Thank you.
Even though you can't stand you on some people, as someone who's not from the area, but within the area, you can talk about what this packaging company means to this community and the impact that it's felt throughout the community and throughout the family.
Well, the question was the impact of Nippon Dynaway to the community and the impact in the days forthcoming. I'm going to be pretty broad in my component here. This campus, the one you see here, is a combination of roughly 6 to 7 different companies right within this gate area and beyond. Part of the infrastructure that was impacted by this tank failure will be shut down and has been shut down throughout this day process so that the site can be safe for our operations, which will have a limited production on a couple of the other businesses here on site. That information is one I don't want to get into the details, but it is part of the complex, intertwined nature of the site. You heard our representatives and our state officials talk about how critical this industrial area is to this community. It has been this way for 100 years now and remains that way. Many folks have many generations of family that have worked at these sites and a very broad support off-site for agencies and businesses that support the work on site. This is an impact feeling wide and deep throughout the community. Jack Billy, Cairo 7. Earlier in the day, this was described as a chemical explosion. Since heard the word rupture and now, failure. When this stuff came out, are we talking it just spills out? Was it under pressure? How exactly did this play out after that tank ruptured? I understand, still not sure how exactly it ruptured, but what happened after that? Right, so I want to outline what we said earlier. The original call was for an implosion or an explosion of a tank with 3 burned and 1 missing. That was the original 911 call of many that was received by the 911 center. We're not stating that it was an explosion, implosion. We don't know if something precipitated that, and then that was secondary to whatever the first thing was. That's why when we stayed here today, we said failure. As the representatives outlined, the Chemical Safety Board is a great group of folks that when they come here, they will figure that out. They will figure out what happened and that sequence of happening, and then be able to identify for this site and all sites like it, how to ensure something like that can be prevented. Okay, so we're not sure how. Our focus is on the rescues as well as the recovery, and that will be a step that will be occurring in the days to come. Okay, last one.
Well, of the 9 unaccounted for, you just described like rescue. Can you talk about what you're relaying to the families, and are we looking at a potential here already for search and rescue operations?
I missed the middle part. A potential what?
Any potential for rescue operations or action?
As we identified, there's 9 unaccounted for. There were 9 facility staff transported, 1 firefighter transported. The situation here is one that through the AWPPW staff as well as the law enforcement and medical examiner staff, we've provided very detailed information to the families at hand. They were the first to know about the tank's instability and the changes in our in our strategies on site. So they are a very strong priority. At the moment, we do not believe, at the moment, we are not aware of any rescues that are yet to be made that are being hampered by the situation at hand. We had folks in firefighting gear make entry, and then we had folks in hazmat suits make entry, and did checks into areas that were dangerous, extremely dangerous. So as I say, there's no belief of rescues that still need to be made.
We also use drones to access those areas secondary after our responders had been in them in that recovery, the initial rescue operations.
So thank you very much. As we outlined, we'll have an update provided by 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I appreciate you being here as well as the help throughout the communities. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I know that was a different topic, but I did want to show that. And yeah, I mean, it's a tank that had some catastrophic event happen. They're not sure exactly what. That is the tank on the left that they posted in their earlier post, the picture there. And it had, I believe, 900,000 gallons of this chemical called white liquor. It's very caustic. And one person died and at least 9 injured, and 9 people are missing. Someone asked, how does somebody go missing? So yeah, that's certainly a good question. I mean, I do wonder if the explosion is powerful enough. Is there just not, I don't want to be morbid, but is there just not much to be found of the people? I mean, because they just said that they had done searching in dangerous areas and they used drones. They don't think there's any rescue to be done. So, I mean, one possibility would seem, as an unspecialist, I mean, we know there was an explosion. So, I mean, I don't, you know, it would seem that obviously if there were bodies within sight, they would know that. So I don't know what happened. But yeah, and I don't know. Some people in the chat are talking about what the chemical could do to the bodies and whatever. So I don't know. I mean, it also looks like a pretty powerful event too. So I just don't know. But, you know, it certainly does not sound good, and it sounds terrible. And but sounds like they searched the place. So. And they don't even know, they don't even know the people who are missing. They didn't even have an answer as what were those people doing at the time? Were they doing the same as the other people who went to the hospital? They didn't know. And then a viewer mentioned that they might have cameras there, so which is true. So yeah, it's just terrible. And how did this happen? We don't know. But yeah, terrible. So I did not, thanks to the viewer, I did not know that was coming because they had initially said they weren't going to do a public update. And then one of the viewers mentioned that they had just gone live. So I really appreciate that the viewer mentioned that they were live so we could show you that. But that was really terrible. Oh, Stephanie said they said no rescues. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Stephanie. At the same time, it sounded like they were saying that they had searched places, and I mean, they say the people are missing. So, you know, they unaccounted for. That's that. They said if they knew where people were and that they weren't alive, I don't think they would say they're unaccounted for. But I don't know. Yeah, the official announcement said that 9 employees remain unaccounted for. Yeah, I don't know if some people could be buried under debris. Maybe we'll do some more coverage on that tomorrow. They did say they were going to do another update. So we didn't, you know, it was something that we, again, I decided, we decided to cover it because it just kind of came up during the stream. And I do want to also mention that the U.S. Southern Command announced that it conducted an airstrike on another alleged drug boat. So this happened as well. This happened as well.
First and foremost.
Oh, hold on. That's still playing. Another U.S. strike on an alleged drug boat. A lethal kinetic strike today on a vessel operated by a designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting along known trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco trafficking operations. One male narco terrorist was killed and there were 2 survivors. We notified the U.S. Coast Guard to activate the search and rescue system for the survivors. No U.S. military forces were harmed. So I just saw that. Okay, we'll take a few more comments on the, as most of you I think probably know, Ken Paxton with a big victory tonight over 4-term Senator John Cornyn in Texas. Ken Paxton endorsed a week ago by President Trump. In the primary, Paxton had 40.5% and Cornyn had 42%. Cornyn actually was leading in the primary by 1.5%. But tonight in the runoff, Paxton with almost 64% and Cornyn with 36%. Paxton is leading by almost 28% with 83.77% of the vote counted. And he will face James Tallarico in November. If you missed it, we showed you the Paxton and Cornyn speeches before. And then one of our viewers just mentioned something else. Oh, all evacuation orders lifted. One of the viewers just mentioned this. Thank you. For Garden Grove, 13 minutes ago, look, all evacuation orders have been lifted related to the Garden Grove hazardous materials incident. Thanks so much to our viewer who just mentioned that a couple minutes ago. I hadn't seen that. Austin Batman mentioned it. The red circle is an exclusion zone to allow hazardous materials teams to continue monitoring the tanks out of an abundance of caution. No residents affected. So that's good. Positive news. Uncle Fester says great news. Oh, thanks. Jackie Morgan mentioned that as well. Thank you so much, Jackie Morgan. I appreciate your support, Jackie Morgan, and for mentioning that. Thanks also, Renee Lorraine. Thank you. Thanks also to CC on Twitch. If you're wondering right now about the Senate race on the betting markets. Right now we have over on Kalshi, it's 55% Paxton, 45% Tallarico, and on Polymarket, it's similar. It's 54% Republican, 48% Democrat. So now we're 5.5 months before the election, or about 5 months before the election, 5.5 months. So I'm guessing those odds will change, but right now, about 55% Republican favorite on those two. Oh, I still have the clock up. Sorry, we don't need the clock on anymore. You can see the headline here from Washington Post. MAGA candidate Paxton defeats Senate stalwart Cornyn in Texas primary, ending a bitter race driven by a MAGA insurgency that ballooned into the most expensive Senate primary in history. Most expensive Senate primary in history. Cornyn became the second Republican senator to lose his seat in less than 2 weeks after President Trump endorsed against him. Senator Bill Cassidy lost in the Louisiana primary earlier this month. Before Senator Bill Cassidy lost his primary earlier this month, no senator in either party had lost a primary since 2017. Wow. Cornyn's defeat ends a storied career in Texas and national politics. He was nearly elected Senate Majority Leader in 2024, was a close confidant to Mitch McConnell, former Republican leader, and had never lost an election in Texas before today. And he didn't just lose today. I mean, he's losing by what, 27% or something? Losing by 28%, basically. Paxton had been leaning in public polling for months, although the previous lead was a lot smaller before the Trump endorsement. He secured a major boost when Trump endorsed him over Cornyn a week before the runoff. Paxton will now have to reconcile with Senate Republicans who had fervently backed Cornyn in the primary, arguing that he would be easier to defend in a general election against the Democratic nominee, State Representative James Tallarico. Paxton has faced allegations of corruption, financial malfeasance, and infidelity. He has also struggled to keep up with Cornyn or Tallarico, both prodigious fundraisers and raising money, but he still stands a decent chance of winning in the general election. Democrats have not won a statewide race in Texas since 1994. Paxton has campaigned as a fighter for conservative causes who took on the Biden administration and an ally to President Trump in a state that voted for Trump by a 13.6% margin. The GOP, as we said before, the GOP is trying to defend a 53-47 Senate majority in the fall midterm elections. Republicans are putting up considerable funds to hold on to seats in Maine, Ohio, and North Carolina, while Democrats are investing tens of millions of dollars. Republicans also have their sights set on winning Democratic seats in Georgia and Michigan. Tallarico has raised more than $27 million in the first 3 months of the year, more than most Senate candidates raised in their entire campaigns. Paxton, by comparison, has raised just over $7 million and reported having $2 million in the bank at the beginning of May. Now, also, you could have other groups besides the candidates spending money in this campaign, surely. Cornyn was a pioneer in the 1990s effort to turn Texas red. He was the first Republican-elected state attorney general in Texas since Reconstruction. He served as the second most powerful Republican in the Senate from 2013 to 2019. Cornyn celebrated bipartisanship as a requisite for securing legislative wins. He worked with Democrats on gun control legislation in 2022 after the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. He advocated for the more genteel traditions of the Senate while urging the GOP to appeal beyond its base. In 2023, he said Trump's time has passed him by and that the party should choose a more tonally moderate candidate to be its presidential nominee the next year. That mentality infuriated Texas's more incendiary Republican base. He was booed at the 2022 Cornyn was booed at the 2022 state Republican convention and censured by the Collin County Republican Party. The label Rhino followed him everywhere, Republican in name only. As polling continued to show him trailing Paxton, a candidate he deeply despised, says the Washington Post, Cornyn pivoted toward appealing for Trump's endorsement. He posted images of himself with Trump and him reading Trump's memoir, The Art of the Deal. And he frequently cited his near perfect voting record on Trump's agenda. He walked back his long-standing support for the Senate filibuster after Trump called for its elimination to pass changes to voting access and said he was wrong to say time had passed Trump by. Okay. So we'll have to see what happens in November. We'll have to see what happens in November. Just Bojangle says loyalty rewarded. It's interesting. Now we have we have Senators Bill Cassidy, who lost his primary, Tom Tillis, who's not running. These are all Republican senators. And now John Cornyn lost his primary. So might they be more willing to do things as senators they would not do since they're not running again? Karcha Runs thinks it's going to be interesting this November. It will be close, but Paxton will still win. Bogdanoff thinks Democrats are burning money as usual, trying to prop up some Beto clone. New Yorican Joseph says a win would make Tallarico the first Democrat to win a U.S. Senate seat in Texas since Lloyd Benson in 1988. David Joclot says they may well try to undermine Trump, those senators. Maverick says, I hope they debate. Yeah, that would be interesting to see a Tallarico and Paxton debate. We'll see if it happens. We'll see if that happens. All right, I think we may be getting close to that time. Guys. Michelle Hoop says, I don't think the November election will be close. I think Paxton has the momentum with Trump's backing. Mustafa says, besides Texas, Dems are leading in every one of those states you mentioned. I think we're getting about close to that time. Hang on a moment here. Oh, a couple of our viewers sent me something, and I want to mention this. Hold on a second. So there's a report out, which I had not seen, which says What is it? Axios reports that Pam Bondi was diagnosed with thyroid cancer shortly after departing the Justice Department. According to a source, she underwent treatment and is recovering. That's from Axios. So that's being reported tonight. There's not really any detail in there. I hope my best to her on her recovery. Thanks. A couple of viewers had mentioned me about that. Betty Westbrook, I think, and RMC. Misfit Studio says, what in the world do you think is going on? Have you ever seen so many serious industrial actions, chemical disasters in such a compressed period of time? I don't know. I mean, I would have to look into how often industrial accidents happen. Now, remember, what happened in Garden Grove, that was a big deal, but nobody got injured ultimately in that. So, I mean, I do know that there's all kinds of accidents that happen. So, but I don't know if there's some kind of statistically odd amount. I'm not aware that there is, but I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll have, as things develop during the campaign, we'll have more coverage. And I appreciate everybody joining us for our live coverage tonight. If you missed Paxton and Cornyn speaking, you can rewind and watch that. But I really appreciate you being here for the broadcast. And we will have more coverage of other stories. And also we did some coverage of the terrible accident in Washington. So I'll keep an eye on the news, and we'll have more coverage as things happen. And certainly thoughts with everybody impacted in Washington, condolences to the family of the person who was killed, and thoughts with the family of those missing in that accident. Terrible. And all those injured and impacted. So I'll keep an eye out for updates on that. If you'd like, you can subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Also, I would suggest turn on the notifications for the channel, because I never know when something that big is going to happen. All of a sudden, I got to rush on the air. And if you don't want to miss a stream and you want to know when we're going live, turn on our notifications, because we have this notification system that we made. It's free and it works really well. It's very reliable, and you will get sent a notification every time before we go live. Those are the Discord notifications. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And you can also find the link in the description of the video on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up for those Discord notifications. That's free to sign up for. And I will post updates about news stuff on my X account, which is @Lookner, where I post about breaking news. So you can, hang on a moment. You can follow me over there if you want. If you're on X, @Lookner. Yeah, the results right now, 87% in, and Ken Paxton is now up by 28% with 87% of the vote in. Almost getting 2/3 of the vote. And remember, about 2.1 million people voted in the primary. And in the runoff, looks like it's going to be about, what, 1.3 million? Less. And for all I know, that's the way it usually is. I don't know. Wu Dalihu says that is a whooping. Yes, a big victory for Paxton. What was I going to say? I really appreciate you being here and you watching the stream, and thanks for letting me read your comments on the air, and thanks for sending me in news updates and telling me about news updates, and posting in the chat and talking to others, those who did that and participating. And huge thanks also to our moderators, who we could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are fantastic. They're the reason that we can have our chats. They keep them under control and civil. People like Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk, and all of our YouTube moderators. Huge thank you to all of our moderators tonight. And our Twitch moderators like I Got That Fire and Sarah, thanks so much. Over on Facebook, all of our moderators there: Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha too. I love that we can have chats where people with different views can share their views, but we can do that because we have our moderators. So huge thanks to our moderators. Also, thanks for everybody for supporting the channel. Your support is what allows this channel to exist, and I really appreciate all the support. Hopefully I thanked everybody earlier. Let's see here. I think I did. Oh, Who Shot JR? Who Shot JR and CCIO, thanks to them. But thanks for supporting the channel. Oh, Jeff TE88. Thanks for all your generosity, Jeff TE88 PFCR. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And let's see. Oh, another good way to find out when we're live, by the way, if you're on X, is our X account. At Agenda Free TV, I always post there. I post before we go live, give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV on X. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat. It's free. Check out the Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. It's the same link as the link to the free notifications. So check out the Discord chat. Thanks so much to our Discord moderators who moderate the Discord chat. I really appreciate it. And I also want to mention, for people who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. But to do that, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel. And then once you subscribe, you click the notifications bell and you choose all notifications. So subscribe, click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. And let's see, I also want to mention, hey, thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there. Dolly Clark, and Kay Lowry Body, and Diane Allworth, and Robert Real II, and Michael Clayton, and all of our other Facebook subscribers, Kristen McConnell Gates, and others. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy and Jack's Animals and Uncle Fester, Midtown Mike, Simp Nasty Scrimp, Strong One, Maverick Pixel, Glue Man, CC, Gina Pina. Sorry we didn't get to thank the subscribers and members earlier. I'll do it next time. Sarah, thanks for subscribing. DJ Salt Lick, Steve God, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Big thanks. Al Grimortal, thank you. And our YouTube members too. Thanks so much. Cac, Lisa Sawyer, the one and only Amy Celeste, Eric Johnson, Platinum Dose, Just Bojangles, Tim M6. Hey, thanks Who Shot JR for all your support. Very much appreciate it. Betty Westbrook, thanks for being a member. CJ Breaks Things. Bela Flanori, Amy Celeste, Gorgeous stencils. Scrantix Gaming. Thank you. Noel Gilliland. The One and Only. Jerry Kovacs. Marisol Del Valle. Sean C. W9BBW, thank you. All the members, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks, John DFW in Texas for watching. Thanks, John, and for your support. Thanks, Billy Cusack. Billy just gave 10 people memberships in the chat. That's very kind. Please thank Billy if he gave you a membership. Thank you, Billy Cusack. Cherry Cola, thanks for being a member. Thanks also, Who Shot JR. Thank you again. Atomic Susan, thanks for watching. And also Khalid Mahmoud. Thanks, Khalid, for watching. Sarah Smile, thanks for watching. Sandy Lucas, Nicolette Parker, thank you. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Angelia Hooley, thanks for watching. Thai Boxer Life, thank you. Platinum Dose, thank you. Jan and Jamie, thank you. And as we sign off, we will show you from DDHQ Votes Beta. You can go to DDHQ. You can go to votes.decisiondeskhq.com to see the platform. Ken Paxton now winning by almost 28% with 90% of the votes counted. Thanks, I was DN. Thank you. Thanks to all of our ex-viewers tomorrow, our ex-viewers as well. Jody, thanks for watching over there on X. All of our ex-viewers, much appreciated. All right, we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up. So again, I will keep an eye on other news, and we will do more streams as the news happens. Oops, sorry. War stuff and all of that. All right, guys. Hugh J, thanks for watching too, and thanks for subscribing as well. Also, thank you. No, thank you for watching on X. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you for watching our live coverage of the Texas GOP Senate runoff. And we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.